Hide the planet! Hide the planet!
We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Hey there, HackerFrogs, it's me, the Shy Hat, and we're doing HackerFrogs after school today. Alright, so we've got 3 things on the agenda as per usual today, but at least it looks like our friend Neems, has been asking us about some stuff about getting into pen testing and learning about all sorts of fun stuff on that topic. Neem says it's free. I was here a while ago after seeing you in action. I'm certain you could do it in less than 10 minutes. Well, I haven't been looking at stuff from OffSec for quite a while. It's because they mostly have Linux boxes over there, and Linux boxes are very are very common as far as the CTF platforms are concerned. If you want to take a look at some other CTF stuff that I've done before, then I've got a pretty extensive list over on my YouTube channel. So I think I've got a list of different Linux CTF boxes that I've done over here. Let's see, Linux CTF box challenges. Yeah, there are about 11 of them so far. And let me just get the playlist for you. So we usually cover Linux boxes on Mondays, and we cover Windows boxes on Fridays. So today I'm going to be covering a Windows box, and this is a box that I've never seen before. I'm not guaranteed to be able to finish it, but that's fine. It's all about the learning experience. And if you have any questions about where you want to go and what you want to take your training direction in, like I said, if you let me know what kind of stuff that you've done in the past, I can better direct you as to what kind of exercises you should be doing right now. I think one thing that you could try, first of all, is you could try the Hack the Box beginners challenges. I think it's called Starting Point, and I've got a playlist for that as well. We talk about how to access the challenges and how to solve them. You don't necessarily have to follow the walkthroughs one-to-one if you don't want to. And let me see if I can find that playlist. So, okay. So this is the Starting Point playlist. So there's 14 machines at the starting point. It's a pretty good place to start if you want to learn about pen testing stuff. So let me get that playlist for you. Here you go. Okay, so someone is here, someone on YouTube. Welcome to the stream. Let's see, can you explain OSINT? I hear a lot of people talking about it. OSINT, yeah, sure. So OSINT is not a very complicated concept to grasp. Basically, what OSINT is it stands for Open Source Intelligence. And let me get the Wikipedia article just as a reference. So open source intelligence. Open source intelligence is basically getting information from publicly available resources, like books and from the internet and from everything else. So you can also call social media open source intelligence if you use OSINT is pro-Googling. Yeah, kind of. But it's basically getting information about a topic from publicly available resources. So it's pretty widely used in cybersecurity, especially by people who are trying to do red team engagements. So red team engagements are engagements where a group of people are hired to do hacking, I guess you could call it, hacking against an organization. And they're trying to emulate some threat actors, so a group of people that might exist in real life, and they try to use the same methods and tactics that those emulated threats use. And one of the things that they would use open source intelligence, or OSINT, to try to get information about whatever organization that they're going to be going up against. Okay, so there's a lot to understand, but basically it's just pro-Googling, as GradXT has said. Welcome to the stream, GradXT. Nice to see you here. And man, let's get the redeems rolling. How about a desert frog? It's the cutest frog in the world. Okay, so we have to talk about what we're going to be doing today. So we've got 3 topics as per usual, and the first topic, GradXT says I'm amused. That's a good thing to hear. And the first thing we're going to be doing today is we're going to be working on some C programming today. And C programming is a programming language that you probably want to know about if you want to do reverse engineering and or binary hacking, because these kind of exercises usually deal with insecure binaries that were compiled using the C language. and that's why we're going to be learning about C today. That's going to be in the first hour of today's stream. In the second hour of today's stream, we're going to be covering some exercises from the PicoCTF event, PicoCTF 2025 specifically, and we're going to be taking a look at some binary hacking challenges from that event, and we're going to be demoing at least 3 of these challenges. So please look forward to that. If you're interested in learning about binary hacking stuff, that's going to be in the second hour of today's stream, and in the third and fourth hours of today's stream, we're going to be doing a Windows hacking challenge, and that is over here at TheHackersLabs.com. The challenge is called Black Gold. So this is a Windows Active Directory challenge. This is going to be an Active Directory virtual machine that we have to hack against, and we're going to be talking about how to do your basic pen testing flow when you're hacking against Windows Active Directory targets. So that's going to be the third and fourth hours of today's stream. We might not be able to finish the box because it is a, let's see, the rating on this box is, I can't, let me, I think it was rated expert or advanced, but it's really up in the air whether or not I'm going to be able to finish this thing. Let's see, so we're looking at Active Directory, and then we're looking at this challenge over here, Black Gold. It's rated professional, so yeah. Okay, so Freaky Carlos says, first time here and already loving it. Nice to see you here, Freaky Carlos, on YouTube. Welcome to the stream, and yeah, here you go. Have a, let's see, have a hack the planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
Okay, so that's going to be in the third and fourth hours of today's stream. Let's start off with our first topic for today, and the first topic is going to be some C programming. So if you don't have an account over at Codecademy.com, then you can make one over at that website, and you can access this course over here. The course is free. You don't necessarily have to pay the subscription to be able to access this course, but yeah, so Codecademy is a very nice website for learning about different programming languages. It provides you with an interactive coding window, and it also gives you a lot of tutorials and lessons for each one of these languages. So we've come a ways as far as our C programming education is concerned. Today we're going to be talking about math and mathematical operators. So what are we going to be talking about in this lesson? So in this lesson, you'll learn about performing basic mathematical operations on variables and values using common symbols. Okay. We're going to be assigning values to variables and or performing basic mathematical operations using shorthand operations. We're going to be comparing 2 values and or variables against each other to return a true or false. And we're going to be using logical operators such as and, or, and not. So in the previous lesson, you learned how to create and set variables, but not what you can do with them beyond that. In this lesson, you will be learning about modifying variables with the power of math, some shorthand assignment methods, and how to compare variables and values. Finally, we will go over how to use logical operators for and, or, and not. Okay, so if you're following along, I'd be very happy about that. But let's move on to the next section. So there are 9 sections in this particular course, and we're talking about mathematical operations. So at their core, computers are basically fancy calculators. So it's a good thing to learn how to perform basic mathematical operations early on in your language development. So addition and subtraction work just as you would expect them to. For example, a equals 2 plus 3 will store 5 in the variable a. You will also use these variables as part of the math, or all of it. Okay, so over here we've got some variables that are being assigned. So these are all integers. So a is equal to 2, b is equal to 3, and c is equal to a plus b. So the same foundational principles of mathematics hold true for subtraction, multiplication, and division. So the symbols that we use for multiplication and division, they might be a little bit different from the ones that you learned about when you were doing school, but that's fine. They're just different symbols that mean the same thing. Okay, so what do we have in the instructions here? So now we can add a little flavor to our variable knowledge. The program on the right already has the declaration of the variables with some values set, as well as the output to display the final results. Your task is to modify the values stored in the variables using basic mathematical symbols given any changes. So it says here, it was a good week. You sold 200 more books. On line 11, update the books sold variable to reflect this change. Do not modify the initialization lines. Okay, so we've got our code over here, and we want to do something on line 11. So let's go down to line 11. And it says we want to update the books sold variable to reflect this change. So we're just going to set books sold, and it's going to be equal to 200 more books. Okay, so 200 more books would be books sold plus 200. So we have to add whatever was initially in books sold, and then we need to add 200 to it. So books sold is equal to books sold plus 200. So let's go ahead and run that. Okay, and it looks like that was correct. The next thing we need to do is do this. Now that you have updated book sales counts, calculate the total sales value. Okay? So that means, let's see, total sales value is, okay, so it looks like it hasn't been defined yet. Okay, and I guess to do total sales value, you would get the cost of the book cost, and then multiply it by books sold over here. So to calculate the total sales value, it would be total sales value equals books sold times, and this is the multiplication. GX000 says, where's my Budweiser frogs, bud? We don't have the Budweiser frogs yet, but we do have the frog song. So here's a frog song for you, GX000. And nice seeing you last night at the cybersecurity meetup. Okay, but well, thank you very much for coming by, GX00, and we're just going to be learning about some C stuff in our first hour over here. Then after that, we're going to be doing some binary hacking challenges over at PicoCTF. But welcome to the stream. Okay, so we're going to do total sales value. It's going to be equal to books sold multiplied, and the star over here stands for multiply in the C language. So multiplied by book cost. And we need to end that with the semicolon, okay? And then we hit run. You sold 300 books and your take home was this value over here. GX00 says, thanks for stopping by. Felt a bit like you can leave. No, not at all, GX00. You're very welcome to stay here. And yeah, if you want to make some commentary on programming in C, you are very welcome to. Have you programmed in C before? I don't recall talking about which programming languages you know. Okay, GX000 has just subscribed on Twitch. Thank you very much. GX000 is my most consistent subscriber, and we will give you a special video redeem. How about the Jurassic Park one? I don't know if you remember this movie or not, GX000.
It's a Unix system. I know this. It's all the files of the whole park. It tells you everything.
Okay, so let's continue. So in the next section, it says, Your publisher takes half of the total sales as part of their cut. Update your total sales value accordingly. You can do this with multiplication or division in the real world, but for practice, please use division. Let's see, GX000 says, I took a systems programming class in uni where we learned C. I haven't really used it much since. So C is, it's not the most popular language, but because we're going to be learning about how to do reverse engineering and binary hacking, it's a little bit more important for us to learn C to understand exactly what is going on in the code, because all of the vulnerable code that we're going to be looking at is going to be written in C. All right, so we need to do total sales value is divided by 2. So we can do that by updating the value over here. So total sales value equals total sales value divided by 2. Just like this. Okay, let's run that. Okay, looks like they took half of our revenue over here. That's unfortunate. All right, and looks like we can move on to the next section. Okay, so we're going to go to the next place. Okay, we're going to be talking about a very commonly used operator over here, and this is the modulo operator. So it says here that you may have run across modulo, symbolized as the % symbol, before. If not, or as a reminder, modulo performs division, but instead of giving you the number of times the denominator goes into the numerator, it gives you the remainder after the division. So, as an example, if you took 10 divided by 3, you would get 3 with 1 left over. If you wanted to just get the remainder and didn't care about the other part, you would do 10 modulo 3, which would give you the result of 1. Zero No. Hello, nice to see you here on Twitch. Let's see, I've used that when doing encryption challenges. Yeah, you use modulo in a bunch of different places as far as computer programming is concerned, but you're going to see it a lot when you do encryption stuff. But welcome to the stream, Zero Null. Which other redeems do we have? Have a Nyan Cat. It's a classic meme. GroudXT says, I always thought of modulo as the wraparound operator when I want something to go back to 0 if it's too high. Yeah, so they, I think I did a little bit of the course that they're offering over at CryptoHack, and CryptoHack describes the modulo operator as kind of like a clock. So it's basically how many. So when you, thank you very much. Wow, Invoke Reversing just rated the channel with 19 viewers. Welcome, Raiders. And welcome, Invoke Reversing. Thank you. I've taken a look at Invoke Reversing's channel a couple of times, and they usually do a lot of reverse engineering challenges, as befits the name. But welcome, Raiders, and Invoke Reversing, what kind of fun were we working on? Let me go ahead and give you a fun video redeem. How about everybody go to Hack? Go to Hack, everybody.
Mr. Hat, may I please be excused from class?
Well, Kyle.
Yes.
You hear me? You go to
Hack.
You go to
Hack.
You
Have a great day.
So to the Raiders who do not already know me, my name is The Shy Hat, and I do cybersecurity education here on Twitch.com and on YouTube as well. So right now we're doing some basic C programming education because we want to learn about the C programming language so that we can do stuff like reversing, and we can also do binary hacking in the future. So we're just going through this this course over at Codecademy.com, and if you've never used this before, this particular course is free. GX000, thank you. Thank you very much for your commentary there. Invoke Reversing says, we're working on analyzing malware with Binary Ninja. Oh, Binary Ninja. Yeah, awesome, awesome. I've never used Binary Ninja myself. I stick to free alternatives. So which that means I do use programs like Radare 2 as well as Ghidra. Those are my preferred tools because I don't have to pay anything for them. But yeah, nice to see that you're doing lots of fun stuff over here. Let's see. X64 debugger says no X64 debugger. I don't think I've gotten quite to that level yet, but yeah, I might consider taking a look at it later. Thank you very much. Your name tells you that you might have some bias. GredXC says I've seen some NCP servers for Ghidra and Ida. Unfortunately, no love for Cutter yet. Nice. Okay. No Ida. No, OA Labs Live says no Ida. I hear that there is an Ida free version, but I haven't taken a look at it yet. Cutter is next. Cutter is next. All right. But OA Labs Live, thank you very much for coming by and chatting. I appreciate all of my raiders. So why don't you have a good old hack the planet, because that is our philosophy over here.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
Just a second. I've got to ban some spammers over here. Okay. But yeah, what are we gonna? What is this? What is this? So just gifted a tier 1 subscription. Thank you very much, X64DBG. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's see. GredXT says I've seen your stuff before. Pretty cool videos. OA Labs Live. Wow. Are you a YouTube creator? OA Labs Live. Let me look that up real quick. OA Labs Live. Oh. Is this your channel right here? OA Labs? Okay. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Okay, so if you're wondering what OA Labs Live's YouTube channel is like, it is over here. You are a YouTuber. Awesome. Let's see. OA Labs Live says, "Who are you banning?" No, I'm not banning GX000. There's somebody who was there was some sort of bot or something that was advertising like viewers for money or something. Needed to get rid of them. Okay. So meta, yeah. Anyways, and you know what, everybody, let's shout out Invoke Reversing. So if you've never been to Invoke Reversing's channel, they do stuff on reverse engineering and other cybersecurity topics. So you can go ahead and follow their channel from this link over here. There you go. Okay, so what are we going to be doing today? So we're learning about C programming in our first hour. In the second hour, we're going to be taking a look at these binary hacking challenges over at PicoCTF.org. So there you go. You're my one and only. Thank you very much, GX000. So we're going to be taking a look at binary challenges in the second hour, and in the third and fourth hours, we're going to be doing some Windows Active Directory hacking over at this website over here, where you can download a virtual machine that has an Active Directory machine that we're going to be hacking. So that's going to be the last portion of today's stream. But we should probably the Pico text editor. No, we're talking about PicoCTF. This PicoCTF, we're going to be doing binary hacking. Yeah, the CTF. So let's try to get through our lesson over here. We're talking about the modulo operator. So let's see. So modulo is basically going to give you the remainder after you do a division operation. So if you do 10 modulo 3, we know that the result is 3 with 1 remainder. So the result of this operation gives you 1. So Zero Null says, "Man, you do the gambit." Oh, the gamut. Yeah. Glad I popped in. Yeah. So we try to do quite a few different topics each stream, so that we're not just doing the same thing over and over again. There's nothing wrong with doing the same thing over and over again. It's just that I try to keep the topics moving from different subjects to different subjects, just so that people can get a taste of a bunch of different stuff. Okay, so a common use of modulo is determining if an integer is even or odd, and if we have an integer x, and we aren't sure if it's even or odd, we can use the modulo to see the remainder. If the result is 1, x is odd, otherwise it is even. Okay, GX000 says, I want to see more Channing Tatum. I haven't seen very many of the modern X-Men movies, so I can't say much about the actors that play those roles. Okay, so the instructions here says, modulo can be used to determine the day of the week, given a start and end day. For our exercise, we're going to assume that we're starting on the 1st, represented by 0, day of the week, and we want to figure out, what do we have here? So X64DBG has gifted, oh wow, has gifted a tier 1 sub to 0null. Thank you very much for the gifted subs. And let's give you a special video redeem. How about a bully bird? This is one bird that bullies another, but it's just such a cute looking interaction. Here you go. So the reality is that even animals bully each other, but bullying is never a good thing, unless it's someone you don't like. Anyways, yeah, thank you very much to X64DBG. Thank you for the gifted sub. Okay, let's keep on going. So for exercise, we're going to go assume that we're starting on the 1st, represented by day 0, and we're going to figure out if n, which the program starts at 13, days go by, which day of the week is it now? Okay, so what we need to do is we need to do a modulo operation. For the first step, set the initial values for days that pass, any positive integer that you like. Okay, so days that pass is on line 6. We're going to set that as any positive integer. Let's say, I don't know, 5. Let's see, X64DBG says, consider doing a stream on X64DBG. It's going to be epic. Let me just look that up real quick. X64DBG. So I'm assuming that's going to be for Linux because I work with Kali Linux. So it's an open source user mode debugger. Thank you very much for the gifted tier 1 subscription, GX000. Thank you very much for gifting it to GroutXT. Thank you. And let's give you one. Oh, let's give you the woodpecker. So this is the northern flicker woodpecker. It's a handsome bird, and we love our birds over here. GX0 says, I love, yeah, okay, no problem. Anyways, so we've got, what is this, X64DBG. So well, I guess we can go ahead and try, let's see if we can do something next week. So next week we might be able to demonstrate some X64DBG. Maybe we can do that on next Friday, because next Friday we've got, we're probably going to be doing more binary hacking on that day. Maybe we'll try out X64DBG on that stream. So let's see. OA Labs Live says there's a Linux version. Yeah, I saw that. I think over. First of all, I need to figure out how to install the thing. But maybe we can. Is it part of the Kali Linux repository? Okay, I don't think it is, but we'll figure out how to install it, and we'll start doing some work with it next Friday. And if I don't, please come in and let me know. Isn't it a Windows debugger? Is it a Windows debugger? It has a voice-activated installer. Linux.x64dbg.com. Okay, let me take a look at that. Not to get too derailed, but we always have time to take a look at what the We've got a YouTube video here. Wow, good thing it didn't start playing. Thank you. Thank you, OA Labs. Man. Didn't expect that. I got to be careful. Got to be careful with those links, but you got me. You got me. I got got. Okay, what are we doing here in the first step? YouTube, yeah, didn't do the autoplay. Unfortunate. Anyways, let's run this. So did you set days in week to 7 at declaration? Days in week. Oh, we need to set days in week to 7? Okay. Sorry, I didn't read that part. Let's do that. Okay, run that. So you started on the first 0 day of the week and then went 5 days from this, so it is now the 0 day of the week. That doesn't seem to make sense. Only Rick, yeah. You know what? From now on, I need to start opening up links in another browser just to make sure that there's nothing weird happening there. But thank you very much for reminding me of that, OA Labs Live. No worries, no worries. Okay, so what's number 2? Number 2, your task is to use modulo logic to determine the day of the week after n days passed. So store the result in ending day of week. Ending day of week. Ending day of the week. So that would be ending day of the week would be days in week modulo days that pass. Okay. It GX00 clicked on it as well. Awesome, awesome. Okay. So I think this is what we're looking for. So days in week modulo days that pass, and that's going to get you the correct answer. Let's go ahead and run that. Oh, did you set ending day of the week to days that pass modulo days in week? Days that, oh, sorry, I've got it backwards. Okay. So it's days that pass modulo days in week. Right, that makes sense. Okay. Okay, run that again. Okay, now it's correct. All right, so let's move on. Okay, so now we're talking about incrementing and decrementing. So this happens a lot when we're talking about loops, and this is basically increasing a variable value by 1 or decreasing it by 1. So C has several shorthand tricks you can use to make your life easier. For instance, it's very common inside a loop to have a counter which you want to increment, which is to add 1, or decrement, which is to subtract 1 on each pass. C lets you do this by using a double symbol, such as this. So it's just A plus plus, and I think you can separate the variable from the symbol over here, but in here it's just all smashed together. So this basically says increase the value of A by 1. So this would be set to the value in A. This would now set the value in A to be 2. The shorthand for decrementing is minus minus instead of plus plus. So if we wanted to decrement A, it would be A minus minus. Okay, so instructions in here say decrement M using shorthand. So we want to decrement the M value, so we just do M minus minus, and that should set M to the number 9. So let's try that out. M equals 9, what? They want this. They want it to be all smushed together. But that's fine. Let's try it again. Okay, now it accepts it. So now do the opposite increment using the shorthand to n. So I guess if we don't want to get in trouble, we should do n plus plus like this, all smushed together. But this still works if you add a space in between. I like adding the space in between because it makes everything feel a little less cramped. It's just aesthetics, but this is what I prefer. Okay, let's move on. All right, so now we're talking about assignments. So it's one thing to do all of these operations, but if the results are thrown away as soon as the statement finishes executing, the entire process has limited usability. So what we need to do is we need a way to assign values to variables. Haven't we already done this? Okay, we have already seen the basic ways of doing this using the equal sign, but C offers some additional shorthand tricks for assignment. Each of the basic math symbols you have learned in this lesson can be done in C with a shortcut. Let's take a look at an example of 2 ways to write simple additions that would give you the same end result. So we've got this one over here. So A and B are 2 and 3, and A equals A plus B. But this could also be written as this: A plus equals B. So this is something that we see inside of Python as well. I'm assuming that people are coming to learn C already knowing a bit about Python. If you don't, that's fine, but you really do get a sense that the people who wrote Python had a lot of ideas from the C language. And indeed that was the case, because the original Python language was kind of written using C. Okay. So notice that C lets us shorthand adding something to a variable's starting value by using plus equals. So you can do the same thing, the same shorthand with minus equals, times equals, divided by equals, or modulo equals for subtraction, multiplication, division, and modulo respectively. So what are we supposed to do here? In the example, we showed how to set a variable to itself plus another variable. In the code block on the right, find the total losses by multiplying losses by times server crashed using the shorthand method. Okay, so we're just doing multiplication and multiplying it by another variable. So let's see, find the total losses. So total losses So are we dealing with losses right now? Losses multiplied equal by times server crashed. Okay, I think this is what they're looking for. And let's go ahead and run this. Okay, that's what it wanted, great. So you find out that the losses calculated per crash were far too high. In fact, they were estimated at twice what they actually are. Update your losses to be half of what you just calculated in the previous step, still using the shorthand assignment method. Okay, so we're going to be dividing it by 2. Yeah, divided by 2. So we would do losses divided equal by 2. So whatever is in losses currently is going to be divided by 2, and this is the shorthand over here. Okay, let's go ahead and run this. Okay, that's correct. Great. Let's move on to the next step. Comparisons. All right, so you haven't learned about statements. You haven't learned about statements that check on and respond to true, false, known as Boolean values yet. But since we're talking about arithmetic symbols, we wanted to give you a primer with the symbols used for these checks. So this is very, very similar to Python if you've learned Python before. So you can check if 2 values are equal with the double equal signs. So notice that there are double equal signs to check for equivalency rather than the symbol used for assignment, and not equal. And we've got, well, when we do these comparisons, we can do equal to, we can do not equal, we can do greater than or equal, less than, and then less than or equal. So as an example, if you wanted to perform a segment of code, if A had the same value as B, you could write it like this. So we've got A, we've got B. if A is equal to B, then increment A. Okay, so if you have any questions about how this works, let us know. We'll try to answer your questions as best we can. So notice in the end of this code that the A would be equal to 4. That's because the if statement over here is only going to activate under this condition. So A is equal to B, and that's the case, so the code activates. Okay, so what do we have to do next? So the code block is ready for your new knowledge to fix this bad code. Insert the missing symbols in the if statement so that the logic inside the check runs and the output is printed. So note you will learn more about if statements in a future lesson. For now, you want the statement inside of it to be a true statement. So you want to use logical symbols such that the comparison between x and y is a true statement. Okay, so what do we have? Okay, so we've got if something x and y, then printf, congratulations on setting up a comparison correctly. Okay, so we want this to be true. So in this case, we're not going to be using the equal symbol. We're going to be using the not equals symbol because x and y are not the same, and we want this to be a true statement. So in order to get this to perform properly, we're going to give this operator here, x is not equal to y, and then that's going to get the printf statement to run. So let's run the program. Okay, that was correct, and we can move on to the next section. Okay, so we're going to be talking about logical operators now. Okay, so you do not have to check one part at a time when you're doing these comparisons. C lets you see if 2 or more parts are true, if at least one is true, or if something is not true. We have already seen a quick example with not equals, checking to see if the left side is not equal to the right side, but a exclamation point in front of any Boolean will see if the statement is not true. So you will learn more about this when you learn about Boolean statements in general. So if you're checking to see if 2 or more parts are true, you can use ampersand ampersand between them. So ampersand ampersand in this case means and so another big thing that was coded using the C language was the Linux kernel, or the Unix kernel rather. And you can see that there's a lot of C inside of the Linux commands as well. So stuff like and this can be used on the command line in Linux or Unix, as well as this symbol over here, the double pipe, which means the OR operation. So if you want to see if any of the parts are true, you can use pipe, which means OR. To see both in action, here's a trivial example. So GX000 says, those symbols can also be used in Wireshark. Yeah, I think a lot of different programs take cues from the C programming language. So what do we have here? So A is equal to 2, B is equal to 3. If A is equal to B and A is equal to 2, then both are true. If A is equal to B or A is equal to 2 says, then we print one or both are true. And if not, A is equal to B, print they are not equal. So we use a lot of comparison operators like this when we're coding if statements, or we also use a lot of this stuff inside of functions as well. Okay, so in this example, only the second and third statements would evaluate to true. The second statement will be true because A does not equal B, but it does equal 2. Remember, only one part needs to be true when you're evaluating to true using the OR symbol over here. The last statement will be true because the inner equality check will evaluate to false, and then we take the opposite of that with the not symbol. Okay, what do we have to do here? the code on the right is set to output the correct text when the values are equal, but you can see they are not. Change the if statement to evaluate to true when the variables are not equal. Okay, so what do we need to do here? We need to get this print statement to run. So right now the comparison operator is x is equal to y, and they're not equal. So what we need to do is we need to set, actually wait, we can do this, right? If not x is equal to y, then print this. I think we can either do it like this or we can do it like this, but this should be okay for what we're doing here. Let's run it. Oh no. Did you check that x and y are not equal using Okay, I guess you can't wait, what did I Oh, you need to do it like this. Okay. So if you're using the not symbol in front, you need to wrap it up in these parentheses over here. Let's try that again. Okay, so that did work, but they want us to use, I guess it didn't matter what method we use there. Okay, but we could also do it like this. So we could also just put in the not equal to get it to run as well. All right, let's move on to the next section. Okay, we got order of operations. So if the order of operations inside of C are very similar to the way that you learned about it in your math class when you were a kid in elementary school or primary school. But let's talk a little bit more about this. So C does not just process the statements you send it blindly from left to right. It looks at the statements and applies standard rules to the order in which the statements should be processed. So for instance, it will do multiplication before addition. So there are many more symbols and operations you will learn as you progress with your knowledge of C, but here is the list of the order for the operations we have gone over in this lesson. So sigma gat. Okay, so let's see. Besides Codecademy, are there any other platforms you recommend for learning programming languages? So it really depends on the programming language. Codecademy is a very good general place to learn about programming languages. But if you're learning about Python in particular, I've got let's see. I've got a few resources for Python in particular, and you can find them at the HackerFrogs Reddit. Here we go. Code Combat. Zero Nell says Code Combat. I'm trying not to mention paid resources, but I hear a lot of good things about Code Combat. It's a fun gamified way to learn about programming. But let's see if I can find Python. So if you want to learn about Python, then this website right here called Skills for All is really good. So they've got a Python course, Python Essentials 1 and Python Essentials 2. These are very in-depth courses for learning about Python in particular. But as far as like any old language is concerned, here's another free resource that you can take a look at. So there's a site called learnpython.org. And this is a little free website where you can learn about Python in different lessons. And it looks like the server's not responding. But let's see. I might come back to that, but let's see. Sigma Gat, great name by the way. If you have a particular programming language you're interested in learning, let me know which language you want to learn, and I might be able to point you at some resources for learning that language. But if you want to learn about Python, then doing the Skills for All courses over here are very good. I'll leave the link for the first one in the chat. Okay, I'm planning on learning C then C++. Yeah, Codecademy is a pretty good place to learn about C and C++. The C stuff you can learn for free on Codecademy. C++, I think that's part of their paid course, but let me just do a really quick search. So let's see, C++ course free. Learn C++ for free. Oh, they've got free stuff on Codecademy as well. Okay, let me grab that link. Here you go. Oh, that's a really bad looking link. Sorry. Let me get a nicer looking one. Here you go. That's still really bad. But yeah, just click on the link. So learn C++. Oh, wow, it's free and it's an 11-hour course. That's great. Yeah. C++ for beginners, C++ introduction. I guess both of them are good. All right. Yeah. All right. Thank you. Thank you for letting me look that up. But sad that this thing didn't load up. Where are we? Okay, order of operations. So when we do our math, there's going to be a priority in that certain operations are going to be done first. So looking at the table below, the operations will be priority 1. With priority 1 will be performed first, then priority 2 and 3, and so on will be processed. So for operators of the same level of priority, the operations occur from left to right. So the biggest priority is for increment and decrement for these symbols here, and then anything inside of parentheses. So if you want to make sure that certain things are calculated first, you should put them in parentheses, and that's going to make sure that they're going to go first. So what else do we have? We've got the not operator here. We've got typecast. We've got multiplication, division, modulo, and then the last things that are done are addition and subtraction. And then we've got all the other operations over here, such as greater than and less than and equals and all those other operators. Okay, so what do we need to do in this page? So the code on the right is using the order of operations described above. So for the variable x, it will do the multiplication first and then the addition. So x over here, it does multiplication first and then the addition. So this would be 15. So 3 times 5 is 15, and then it would add 2. So this should be 17 over here. However, we want the addition to occur first. Okay, so if we want the addition to occur first, we need to wrap this around some parentheses. So 2 plus 3, we're going to wrap this around parentheses. So this would become 5, and then it would be multiplied by 5, so this should be 25. Okay, so let's run this. So x is 25, and if we get rid of the parentheses, it should be x is 17. Yeah, so x is 17 if we don't wrap this around with parentheses. Okay, let's go ahead and take a look at the next step. So now take a look at the y equation, and notice that it will do the division first, and as an integer, it will cast it to 0, then add 6. Oh, interesting. Okay, so what does it do? So 2 divided by 4. 2 divided by 4 is 0, and then 6 is going to be added, so y is equal to 6. All right, what do we need to do? Update the line so that it does addition first and resolves to 0, casting it as an integer. So update the line so it does addition first. So this is just wrapping it up in quotes again. And then what would this be? So this would be 4 plus 6, that's 10. 2 divided by 10. So this would be 0. Okay, let's run this. Okay, y is 0. Great. Okay. All right, so I think we've finished with this section over here. And let's go over to the next one. Okay, so this is just a review. So congratulations on finishing this lesson on operators in C. In this lesson, you learned about basic mathematical operations in C: addition, subtraction, division, multiplication. incrementing, decrementing, and modulo. We learned about assigning values to variables with these symbols over here. So plus equals, minus equals, multiply equals, divide equals, modulo equals. We did basic comparisons with the double equal signs, not, equal to, greater than, less than, etc., etc. And we used a couple of logical operators, such as the double ampersand, the double pipe, and the bang symbol over here. So now that you have some basic tools on which to build a strong understanding, now you have a basic you have the basic tools on which to build a strong understanding of coding in C. Great. We've got ads running on Twitch. I missed the ads running in the first ad break, but when ads run on Twitch, we also do ads on YouTube, and then we do some Zemu. Is that how you pronounce your name? You've got 2 divided by 20 is equal to 0.2. 0.2. Yeah. Well, the problem was that we were doing with integer math, and in integer math we throw away all the decimal points. But welcome to the stream, Zemu. Let's give you a fun bird video, and these are all videos that I've taken with my backyard security camera watching the birds. And let's just oh man, these are such fun little birds. Okay, I'm going to be back in just a sec. I just need to take a little water break. Okay, so what do we have here? Let's go ahead and put the birds away, and then we can finish up with our lesson on C, and then we can move on to our next topic for the stream. Sigma Gad says, I recognize the tail of that bird. I'm on I'm on my way to your house now. Well, that's gonna be a little bit tougher if you're just recognizing the tail of the bird, but it is kind of an unusual bird. It doesn't live like all over the place. Usually it needs a bunch of trees. But thank you for using some what is it called? Open source intelligence to try to find out where I live. Okay, so let's see what's coming up next. So I'm going to skip my free trial. Okay, so we just successfully completed the Learn C Variables and Operators course. And let's move on to what's next. I guess they don't give us a quiz for this one, but that's fine. The next time we do coding for hacking, we're going to be talking about loops and conditions, because that's the next course that they offer over at Codecademy.com. Let me just look it up real quick. Okay, so we can look up C. Why does it go here? Okay, so we're looking up C. Whoa, why does it keep on going here? That's weird. Let's see. We're looking for C language over here. And the next one we're going to be doing is functions, no, conditionals and loops. So this is the next course that we're going to be doing in the next week. If you're interested, then this is the link. Okay, and let's move on to our next topic. So for the next topic, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing some binary hacking challenges. So if you have not done binary hacking challenges before, then you're in for a treat. We're going to be doing some, we're going to be examining some binaries, and then we're going to be doing some hacking against them. If you do not have an account over at PicoCTF, then you can go ahead and make one over at this link over here. Because, well, this is a very good platform for learning about cybersecurity stuff. And you know, that reminds me, we should probably play some music, because I like having a little bit of music in the background, so it's not just my voice, because just my voice gets a little lonely sometimes. Let's do some Valhalla. So Valhalla is a great little visual novel that's all about being a bartender in a cyberpunk setting, but it's got a really great soundtrack. I hope you enjoy it. Okay, hopefully it's not too loud, and let's get on with these challenges over here. So PicoCTF holds an event every year where they do a bunch of these little challenges. So these challenges are called CTF, or Capture the Flag challenges, and we've been going through a bunch of them this week because we just finished this event over here, PicoCTF 2025. So the category that we're looking at is the binary hacking category here, and we've got 3 challenges that we're going to be working through. So if at any point you have any questions about what we're doing for any of these challenges. Defus! Wow, Defus Modernus Leben is rated the channel with 11 viewers. Thank you very much, Raiders, and welcome in. Why don't you have a fun Nyan Cat? Here you go. So Defus is a frequent chatter over here. I did not know that Defus. I didn't know that you streamed, but it's a very welcome surprise. Let's do a shout out for Defus. There you go. If you do not know about Defus, they are a cybersecurity enthusiast as well, and you might as well go over and check out their channel. You know what? I think I might do that myself right now. So let's see. So twitch.tv. And let's see. Defus. Here we go. Okay. So I'll be following your channel as soon as I can. Let me see if I can do it right now. Oh, nice. It looks like you did your first stream today. Awesome. Let me give you a follow. There you go. GrowNXT says pretty good. Got to 11 viewers without streaming. Yeah. Streaming is definitely something that you have to get used to. It's a learned skill, and if you keep on doing it, you get better. Hopefully. All right. Okay, everybody. So let's go ahead and, well, let me set up my. I have to do some. We're going to be doing some walkthroughs for these binary hacking challenges. So the first one we're going to be doing is this one called Pi Time. Let me just download this. And okay, so let's go ahead and start the challenge. Defus says, not my first stream, but I haven't streamed in like half a year. Half a year? Well, I mean, maybe it's like riding a bike. Maybe it comes back to you very quickly. I haven't taken a break from streaming yet, so I actually don't know what it's like to come back from a break. Okay, so let's go ahead and start. Oh, sorry. Before we get started, we should probably start up the PicoCTF web shell. So the PicoCTF web shell is... Oh, that's a little loud. Let me turn down the volume. Okay, so the PicoCTF web shell is a virtual machine that you can use to interact with PicoCTF challenges. So to access the PicoCTF web shell, you want to go to the practice page, and then after you're on the practice page, you want to scroll down. Thank you very much for following Smoosh Kid. Smoosh Kid, thank you very much for following the channel. And why don't you have a hack the planet? Here you go.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it.
Welcome to the HackerFrogs. Okay, so to access the web shell, scroll down a little bit in the practice page, and then go over to the right-hand side.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it.
Smoosh Kid says, good to be here. Just found the channel. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. So go over to the right-hand side. There's a button labeled Web Shell. You want to click on it, and then it should log you into the PicoCTF web shell. The problem is here that the PicoCTF web shell is kind of small. It only takes up like half the screen. We want it to be in its own browser tab. So we can go over to the top of the PicoCTF web shell. Thank you very much for following. Fieli? I'm not too sure. Let me know how to pronounce your name and I'll pronounce it correctly. Thank you. But thanks for following, and you are now a HackerFrog. Why don't you have a... Ooh, what do we got? How about a... All the things. This is a great hacker rap.
This one's dedicated to all the hackers. Yo.
So if you don't know that song, it's called All the Things, and it's by Dual Core. But if you look up All the Things rap on YouTube, you should be able to find it. It's a really great song. Okay, so in the PicoCTF web shell, you want to go up to the top, and you want to go to the button that's to the right of the Help button. And this one's labeled Pop-Out Web Shell Terminal. You want to click on that. Sigmagat says, I remember hearing that song in Watch Dogs 2. Yeah, it was it was in Watch Dogs 2 during the rave scene. And that was a pretty fun little scenario in the rave scene in Watch Dogs 2, for sure. Okay, so after that, you should be in the web shell in the full screen. And this is what we want. We can see everything nice and big. We can go ahead and clear the terminal. And this is what we're going to be using to solve our challenge here. So let's go ahead and start the challenge then. Okay, everybody, this is a... Oh, it doesn't feel like loading up. Sometimes the PicoCTF challenges, well, the PicoCTF servers can sometimes be a bit slow and unresponsive. But you know what? I think we can forgive them a little bit because they provide all this stuff for free. And PicoCTF, there's not even an option to pay for it. It's just available to everybody. And that's why PicoCTF is one of my favorite CTF or cybersecurity education platforms. But let me try loading this up in another tab. Okay, awesome. Now we've got it all loaded up. Thank you very much for following on Twitch. Porya. Thank you very much. You are now a HackerFrog. Why don't you have one of these? And by these, I mean the, is this the hacking?
Is this a hacking?
So you might or might not know that this meme right here, but yeah, anytime you type in the terminal, you're doing a hacking. Or at least that's what normal people think. Okay, let's start the challenge. So everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Pi Time Challenge. It is an easy challenge in the binary hacking category in the PicoCTF 2025 event. The description says, can you try to get the flag? Beware, we have pi. So what are they talking about when they talk about pi? Additional details will be available after launching your challenge instance. So what we need to do is we need to start our challenge instance before we're able to get access to... before we can get access to any of the challenge files. So go ahead and click on, oh, and everybody, sorry, I forgot to provide the link. If you wanted to do this challenge yourself, then you can go to this link over here after you've logged into PicoCTF, and then you can see the challenge. But yeah, after you get access to the challenge, you need to click on this button right here. So this blue launch instance button, go ahead and click on that. And then after a few moments, you're going to see here that it says connect to the program with Netcat. So we're not going to connect to the program yet, because the first thing we need to do is we need to examine the source code as well as the binary file that we want to do our hacking against. So the program's source code can be downloaded here, and we can highlight the link, right-click, select copy link, then go back to our web shell. And in the web shell, it looks like the web shell is closed. That's fine. We can hit enter to reconnect. And then after we're connected again, we can use the wget program to download the file. So it's going to be wget and then space, and then right-click, paste in the file address, and then hit enter. That's going to download the file. So we need to download one more file to do the challenge. So we're going to go back to the challenge description, and it says the binary can be downloaded here. And here's another link. Right-click it, select copy link, go back to the web shell, use the wget command, space, paste in the file address, download the other file. So the last thing we need to do before we can start the challenge is we need to make this file executable. So when you download the file, it's not executable, but in order to do our testing against it, we need to make the file executable. And we can do it. You can do that with this command here, chmod, for change file permissions. We're going to add the executable permission with +x, and then we're going to run it on the vuln file. So now the file is executable. You can know in this shell because it's colored green. Okay, so if we just run this program, it says here address of main, and then we've got a hexadecimal address, and it says enter the address to jump to, for example, hex 12345. So what are we talking about? We're talking about different memory addresses. And memory addresses for these binaries are always going to be in hexadecimal, like this. What we need to do, well, let's talk about what we need to do in this program before we proceed. So I'm just going to put in anything. So 0x12345. It says your input, this seg fault occurred, incorrect address. So a seg fault is basically a crash. So we crashed the program, and we didn't give the correct address. So what do we need to do? So the first thing we need to do is we need to examine the program. Well, the best way to understand what the program is doing is by looking at the source code. So we've got this file over here that we downloaded, vuln.c. This is the source code that was used to compile this program over here, vuln. So we're just going to take a look at it in inside the nano text editor. So we're just going to do nano vuln.c. And we need to figure out what happened here. Zero null says pi position independent executable. That is what it stands for, and we're going to be talking about this in just a bit. But first of all, we need to understand what we need to do in this program first. So over in the web shell, we're going to take a look at the code over here. So this is this is a C program, so it has to have all these libraries and stuff that it includes. And the first thing that we see is we got this function here that's called segfault handler. So it's basically what happens when the program crashes. So when the program crashes, it prints segfault occurred, incorrect address, exit. And then we've got this function right here called the win function. So this is an example of a return to win type of binary hacking challenge where we have to somehow activate this win function. And the win function does this. The win function prints out you won, and then it opens up the flag.txt file. So in most of these binary hacking challenges, we need to access the flag.txt file, or we need to find some sort of hidden message inside of the binary. And in this case, when we run the win function, this is what we want to do because it reads the flag for us, and then we can solve the challenge. So that's what the win function does. But what else does it do? So this is the main program here. So the main program, it prints out the memory address of the main function, and this is the main function inside of here. And it says here, enter the address to jump to. What we need to do is we need to find the address of the win function. If we can find the address of the win function, we can plug it in to the binary, and then we can get our flag, and we can win we can finish the challenge. So this is how you would do it normally. Let me demonstrate. So we've got the vuln binary here, and we can examine it using the Radare2 debugger program with this command right here. So Radare2 in debugger mode with all of the analysis done. So the capital A means that we analyze the binary as soon as we get into the debugger, and we need to supply the name of the file that we're going to be debugging, which is the vuln file over here. So this is the command. After we've located, after we get into the debugger, what we need to do is we need to locate the functions. So we've analyzed all the symbols and the functions in this binary. The next thing we need to do is we need to locate the functions with this command here. So AFL stands for all functions list, and we get a lot of different functions in here. So the only functions we're interested in is the address of the win function here, because the program lets us jump to the execution of any memory address, and this is the memory address of the win function. If we can redirect the program flow to this address here, then we win. So it should seem very obvious. We just plug this in, and then we put this in the program, and then we win. The problem is this. They mentioned something here called pi. So pi time. So beware, we have pi, and they're talking about a certain memory. So binary memory protection, and let's talk about that binary protection right now. So the memory protection, this is called pi. So this is called pi memory protection. So this is called pi. It stands for position independent executable. And this is also known as PIC. So pi or PIC, position independent code. So this is a type of memory protection. So pi ensures that the program code can be executable no matter where it is located in the program memory, and will load instructions in different memory addresses each time the binary is run. So each time we run the binary, it's not going to put the functions in the same place in the program memory and in the same memory addresses. That's because they're somewhat randomized. So this means that we can't just get the address of the win function and expect it to work. But there is a way that we can defeat this protection. However, program functions will still retain their relative offsets, which means that if we can determine the memory address of one function during execution, we can locate others. So The relative offsets, which means the relationship between the memory addresses between two different functions, these will remain the same, even if there is pi memory protection in place. So if we know that the main function is at this memory address, and that the sim.win function is at this memory address, then we can take the difference between these two memory addresses, and that's how we would locate the location of the win function. So since the difference between the main function's address and the sim.win function's address is hex 96, and that's what happens when you subtract the this number from this number, you get hex 96. If we have the main function's address, we can subtract hex 96 from it to determine the address of the sim.win function. So this is how we would do it using Python. We would print the main function's address, and then we would subtract hex 96, and this resulting hexadecimal is the address for the win function over here. Okay, so let's go ahead and try this out. So if you don't, oh, sorry, we're supposed to be going here. Whoops. Okay, let's exit out of here. Okay, we're gonna quit out of the debugger. And so the way that we can confirm that this binary is using the PIE or the PIC protection is with this command here. So rabin2-i for information on the vuln file over here. So this is going to tell us a lot of information about the binary, and it'll tell us stuff like the architecture and the file type, the number of bits that are being used. So this is a 64-bit executable. It can tell us the byte order. So the endian order, this is little endian order, which means it inserts all the bytes in reverse. And these are all the memory protections over here. So the one that we're paying attention to in this case is this one over here, PIC. So PIC is set to true, which means that we can't just plug in the win function's address, but we do need to derive it from the main function's address. And if we know the main function's address, then we can calculate the win function's address. Let's do that. Okay, so we run vuln, and it says the address of main is over here, so this one. So we know already that this is going to be hex 096 to get the address of the win function. So I'm just going to copy this. I'm going to go over to my Kali Linux terminal, and I'm going to run this Python command. So Python command. And what was the Python command one more time? Hold on. Let me get the Python command. It's going to be in here. Okay, so the Python command is going to be Python-c print hex in hex, the main hex address, and then subtract hex 96. So we just need to get the address of the main function, which is here. I'm just going to copy that. I'm going to plug it in over here, and then I'm going to do the calculation. So the calculation says that this should be the address of the win function. So we can go ahead and copy that, and we can paste this in, and then hit enter. Okay, so it says input something something something, U1 cannot open file. So why does it say cannot open file? The reason why it says cannot open file is because we didn't create a flag file in here. Let's just create a flag file right now, just so that we can prove that we can access it. Okay, so the flag file is going to be, we're going to put some stuff in there. HackerFrogs win. This is going to be the contents of my flag. Okay, so we're going to run that again. So it says the main address is this. So we're going to do our calculation one more time. And we're just going to replace the hex address in here with the one that was generated. And we're going to grab this and plug it into the executable. Okay, so paste this in. Oh, it didn't work. It didn't work. Okay. Let's see. Zero No says no pwn tools. Shame. Just joking. Okay, okay. We got ads running on Twitch, so when ads run on Twitch, we run them on YouTube as well. And let's go ahead and put on a bird video. How about this bird video? That's a handsome woodpecker. There you go. I'll be back in about a minute. I just need to take a little water break. So this is the northern flicker woodpecker, and it is well, it's my favorite woodpecker, anyways. GredXT says PwnLib did save me in the first hard BinX challenge I saw. Awesome, awesome. Yeah. I think we'll be covering pwn tools. We will be using pwn tools when we come across some more difficult binary hacking challenges. But for these ones, we don't really need to use pwn tools. But yeah, let's go ahead and put the birds away, and let's finish solving this challenge. Okay, yeah, I'm not too sure why the calculation wasn't correct in this case. But let's try it one more time. Okay, so this is the address. We're just going to copy this. I think you did not copy the correct main address. That's possible. Okay, so address of main, let's make sure to copy this correctly. Then we will plug it into our calculation over here. So we're just going to take the value of the main function. We're going to subtract hex 96. And this should be the value of the win function. Okay, let's paste this in. Okay, yeah, we did it successfully. So it says you won, HackerFrogs win. Awesome, awesome. Okay, let's go ahead and do this challenge in the on the remote server and solve the challenge. Okay, so we need to restart our instance because we took too long. So we're going to click on that. And then we're going to access the binary on the remote server. So here it says that connect to the program with netcat. We've got our command over here. We can just copy this, copy the command, then go over back to our web shell. In the web shell, paste in the command, and it says that the address of main is this. So we're just going to do exactly what we did before. We're going to copy the address. We're going to do our calculation with Python. Paste in the address, and then get the address here. So we're just going to plug this in. And hopefully this is the correct one. Okay, so it says your input was this. You won. Great. So we got the flag. The flag says PicoCTF basic position independence. Okay. So let me copy the flag. So Zero No says, I'm sorry, I'm sure this is covered, but is the binary leaking its own address? Yeah, the binary is leaking its own address. So this is easy mode. It's easy mode because the binary basically prints out the address of the main function as part of its execution. So this is why we're able to easily calculate. This is why we can easily calculate the position of the win function. So let's go ahead and go back to the challenge, paste in the flag, and submit the flag. And we're done. Alright everybody, this was a guided walkthrough for the PyTime challenge from the PicoCTF 2025 event. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out! Alright, we're not leaving. We're not leaving, everybody. It's just something I gotta say for the YouTube videos. So we've got a couple more challenges that we're going to be doing. These next two challenges, they're not traditional binary hacking challenges, but they feel a lot more like Linux privilege escalation challenges. You'll know what I'm talking about in just a little bit. Let me do a little bit of setup. Okay, so this is PyTime. The next challenge we're looking at is hash only. Okay, let's download this file. Okay, so in this challenge, we're looking at relative file paths used by binaries. I'll explain it as we do the challenge. So let's start the challenge. The challenge is called hash only 1. Let me get the link for the challenge for people who want to play along. And if you can solve the challenge before I can solve the challenge, then you are a cool person. But let's go ahead and start the challenge. I need to do my little YouTube intro. Hey everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the hash only 1 challenge from PicoCTF 2025. The description says, here's a binary that has enough privilege to read the contents of the flag file, but will only let you know its hash. If only it could just give you the actual content. Additional details will be available after launching your challenge instance. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to launch the instance. So we've got our button over here, launch instance. And after a few moments, it'll give us a Smoosh Kid says, is this to save on editing time? It is to save editing time, thank you. Neems says, I heard you mention AD earlier. I'm actually on Active Directory right now, so lock in when you get to it. Okay. Active Directory is a very complicated system, and you just have to do a lot of interaction with Active Directory to start getting used to it. We'll be talking about it in about 30 minutes or so. We'll start our challenges for Active Directory in about 30 minutes. But if you want to take a look at some other Active Directory stuff, I've got a bunch of stuff on my YouTube as well. So yeah, I've got a playlist for that. I've got a playlist for everything. Windows hacking challenges. I've got 12 videos over here. Let me get this link. Okay, where were we? Okay, so it says connect using this over here, so SSH, and we can connect to the server using SSH with this password. And this is what we're going to do. We're just going to copy this entire command over here, and then we're going to go over to our web shell. In the web shell, we're going to paste in the SSH command. It's going to ask us if we want to continue connecting. The answer is yes, and then we need to provide the password. So the password is provided on this page as well. So it says with the password this. So we can copy this. and then we can provide this as the password. Paste it in, hit enter, and now we're in. So we were informed that this binary right here, flag hasher, this is what we need to use to access the flag. So is it executable right now? So this is executable, okay. So if we just run this this program normally, it says computing the MD5 hash of /root flag.txt. So we know that this is the location of the flag file that we want to access. The problem is that it gives us the hashed value of the flag and not the actual value of the flag itself. So that's, well, that's yeah, this, we can't do anything with this. This is not what we submit to the challenge. Okay, so what we want to do now is we want to do some examination of this binary to see exactly what it's doing. And we see that this is an SUID binary, which means that it runs with the permissions of root every time that it's run. So SUID binaries are binaries that run with the permissions of the file owner, and in this case it's root, which has the highest level of access on the Linux system. So what we're going to do is we're going to examine exactly what the binary is doing with our Radare2 debugger. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to do Radare2 R2 in debug mode -d, and we're going to do the analysis beforehand with this flag right here. We're going to run it on the flag hasher program. When we, oh, there's no there's no Radare2. Okay, all right, let's go ahead and download the file then, because it gives us this option as well. So on the challenge page it says you can get a copy of the binary if you wish using secure copy. So we can just copy this command here, and we're just gonna we'll log out of the server for right now. So we're just gonna exit, and then we're going to paste in the secure copy command, which is gonna copy this flag hasher file into our current directory. It's gonna ask us for the password. This is the password. Copy that, paste it in, and then it downloads the file. So we've got the other files here too. Let me get rid of the other files. Okay, so we're gonna examine the flag hasher file with Radare2. Radare2 is on our web shell, PicoCTF web shell. So R2 -d -A flag hasher. Okay, it's gonna do all of the analysis. And then after that, we're going to take a look at the main function of the binary. So we're going to do all functions list AFL. Simagat says, honestly, I thought binary hacking was about programs written in binary. All programs are written in binary. All programs are written in binary because computers they can't run programs that are not written in binary. So that's why it's called binary hacking. Okay, so we do AFL, and AFL is going to give us the addresses for all of the functions. So the function here is called the main function, and we want to know what's happening inside the main function. So what we're going to do is we're going to do the PDF command, which stands for print disassembly function, and we're going to take a look at the main function like this. Yeah, SigmaGat says, I thought it was literal ones and zeros. It is literal ones and zeros. It's just that we need to, after we write the code, we have to compile the program, and when we compile the program, it turns all of our program instructions into ones and zeros. Okay, so this is the main function of the program. So we're gonna scroll all the way to the top of the program. and we're going to see that it gives certain commands. We're just going to scroll down a bit, and this is the command that it's running when it does the hash. So it's running this Linux command /bin bash -c md5sum root flag.txt. So there's a big problem with this command in the way that it references the md5sum program here. And the problem is that it doesn't use absolute file paths like the bin bash command here, or the root flag.txt flag right here. So md5sum, this is a relative file path, and this is a big problem from a security point of view. Let's talk about why that is. Okay, so let's see. GradXT says, when your computer runs ones and zeros, the disassembler turns the binary back into a language that humans can read. Yeah, that's exactly it. Zeronel says exactly everything is abstractions built in abstractions. So yeah, all of the programming languages that we use, they're abstractions, and they're eventually going to be turned into ones and zeros by compilers or assemblers and other stuff like that. Okay, so upon inspection of the flag hasher binary, we see that it is referencing the md5sum command without an absolute file path. So it says md5sum, but it doesn't give the exact file path. So a more secure way to use the md5sum command would be to use the command's absolute file path, which would be /user/bin/md5sum. But since the binary doesn't reference md5sum with an absolute file path, we can add a user-controlled directory to the path where the system looks for commands. So we're talking about the Linux path variable where it looks for commands. So for example, it could look in the user local sbin directory or the user local bin directory, a bunch of different directories where it looks for these commands. What we're going to do is we're going to add a directory that we can write to in the path. In this case, it's going to be the temp directory. And we're going to make sure that the program looks there first for these commands. What we can do is we can then create a malicious md5sum file in that directory. So we're going to create a file that reads the flag file and then outputs it to flag.txt in the temporary directory, and then gives us read permissions for that file. And we're going to create that in this file called md5sum that we create in the temporary directory, which we control. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. I hope we have enough time. Okay, we got 4 minutes to do this. All right, let's do this. So we're just going to get out of here. We're going to exit. Then we're going to use the Okay, let's run the SSH command. I'm going to go back to the server. What's the password? It is this. Okay. So we got the flag hasher binary here. What we're going to do is we're going to create. So first of all, what is our path? So the path is where we look for usable commands. So it looks in these directories here. So we're going to add the temporary directory to this path so that the system looks for valid commands in the temporary directory first. So we're going to echo, what's the command? Let me grab it. Okay, so export path equals /temp : path. So we're going to add the temporary directory to the beginning of the path. Let me copy that. And this is the command. So after that, you see that the temp directory has been added to the path, and we need to write our malicious file. So we're going to write the malicious file to the temp directory with this command here. And what does this command do? So it echoes out something to a file. We're redirecting into the temp md5 sum file. We're going to read root flag.txt, and then we're going to redirect that into the temporary directory, a file called flag.txt, and then we're going to make the file readable with chmod 777 to give full file permissions to this file. So we're going to write that. The next thing we need to do is we need to make this new md5 sum file executable, and we can do that with this chmod +x /tmp md5 sum. After we do that, when we use the flag hasher file, it's going to look for the md5 sum command in the temporary directory first, and then it's going to run our malicious code. So let's go ahead and do that. So we run flag hasher, and then when we go into the temporary directory, we're going to see that there's a flag.txt file in here because we gave those instructions to the malicious md5 sum file in here. We can just cat the contents of the flag, and this is the solution for the challenge. So PicoCTF, system binaries are scared of you. So let's go ahead and copy the flag and submit it. Over here, paste in the flag, submit the flag, and you are done. Okay, so everybody, this was a guided walkthrough for the Hash Only 1 challenge from PicoCTF 2025. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, so let's go ahead and get rid of this file. We can get rid of the flag file as well. And we can finish one more challenge before we finish up this set for the day. Okay, so the next challenge we're going to be doing is the next challenge in the series. It's Hash Only 2. And it looks like the server doesn't feel like loading up the page. Let me see if I can... Come on, load up. So in the meantime, I'm just going to... So if there's anything you didn't understand about the concepts we were covering in the last challenge, we were doing some path hijacking, and we were doing some we were abusing the relative file path. If you don't understand any of these concepts, please let me know, and I'll try to explain them in a more easy to understand way. Okay, so we got Hash Only 2. This is the next challenge. Okay, so the first thing that we're going to encounter in the next challenge are these jail shells. So jail shells, they're not actual jail, but they're very restricted. Well, we'll talk about that in just a little bit. Okay, Hash Only 2. Why are you not working? Zero Nell says, I love shell jailbreaks. Yeah. This one's not very difficult. Some jailbreaks are more difficult than others, of course. Let's see if I can... Okay. Now we've got it. Alright, let's get started with this challenge. Alright everybody, this is the Hash Only 2 challenge. Simagas says, if $0 doesn't work, I give up. If $0 doesn't work? Okay, everybody, this is the Hash Only 2 challenge from PicoCTF 2025. The description here says, here is a binary that has enough privileges to read the contents of the flag file, but will only let you know its hash. If only you could give you the actual content. Alright, so this is very similar to the previous challenge. Let's go ahead and click on the Start Instance button over here. Oh, the command. The command, $0. Okay. I actually don't use that command very often. Can you remind me what the command does? Okay, so what's going on? We can connect to the challenge using this SSH command right here, and they also give you a password. So let's go ahead and copy the SSH command. Then in the web shell, I'm going to paste in the command and log into the server. It asks for the password. So we're just going to go back to the challenge and copy the password. Like this. Paste it in. And we're in. Okay, so zero null isn't $ in reference to a variable. Yeah. So if you do echo path, then you can get a variable, and in this case, it's a terminal variable. What is? Okay, it says command not found here, but yeah, we can do all sorts of stuff like we can take a look at what shell we're using, and it says that the shell that we're using is the rbash shell. So the rbash shell is a type of restricted shell, and let's talk about what restricted shells are in this context. Let's see. SigmaGas says basically invokes bash, but more along the lines of outputting the current shell. Okay. Let's talk about what these restricted shells are. They're also called jail shells. So upon login to the server, we see that we're using an rbash shell, which is a restricted shell, sometimes called a jail shell. And what is it about these jail shells that are inconvenient? So restricted shells have all of the above restrictions. So limited operations. So the following operations are not permitted in a restricted shell. So we can't change directory. We can't specify absolute path names or names containing a slash. We can't set the path or shell variable. And we can't redirect our output. So these are the limitations of using jail shells. So what we're going to do to get out of the jail shell is we're going to use certain programs. And if we have access to a command that can spawn a shell, then we can escape the restricted shell. So a very famous program that can be used to escape from restricted shells is Python. So if we can use Python, we can spawn another shell, which will get us out of our restricted shell. Let's see. Zero Null says, I've used that so many times. Yeah, actually, this is a command that we do a lot when we're doing pen testing stuff, because we can use this command to upgrade our netcat shells. So let's go ahead and do that. So in the web shell here, we can figure out if we have access to Python. So we have access to Python 3. So if we have access to Python 3, then we can escape from our jail shell here. So we're just do Python 3 -c for run this command, and the command is going to be import pty, which is the pseudo-terminal module, which we can use to spawn a shell. So we do pty.spawn. This is one of the methods inside of the pty module. Actually, it's a function. We use it to spawn our bin bash terminal. And then after that, when we echo out our shell, we're now using a, it says an rbash shell, but we're not actually using an rbash shell. Let's see, we can move into other directories now, and we can locate where the flag cacher file is. Because if we because we don't know where the flag hasher binary is. We need to locate it. So we're just going to run this find command to do that. So find in all of the file system a file called flag hasher. So we're going to make sure that any error output is going to go to the dev null device, which means that we don't see it. So let's go ahead and run the command. And it looks like it's in this directory here. So user local bin flag hasher. Let's move into that directory. User local bin. And there's only the flag hasher program in here. Okay. So I'm going to save everybody a bit of time, and I will tell you now that the flag hasher program is exactly the same as it is in the previous challenge. The only other thing... Okay, we got ads running on Twitch. When ads run on Twitch, we also run them on YouTube, and we show some bird videos. How about this lovely little guy? He's having a lot of time. He's having a hard time with his little peanut here. These birds will shake the peanuts. They shake the peanuts. Oh, okay. Jig00 says, how about my frogs? The frogs are coming soon. They're coming soon. Maybe not today, but I'm working on it. I just got to take a little water break. Just a second. Okay, well, I'll allow this message. Yeah, the bird sure does like to the bird sure does like those peanuts. Yeah. Anyways, still censored. I wonder why that'd be. Anyways, so the bird, he comes back. He's still playing around with the peanut. He's a cute little guy. Let's go ahead and put him away, and let's complete this challenge. So the flag hasher program is exactly the same as it was in the previous challenge. There's absolutely no change from the previous challenge. So we can just do this. We can just do the same method that we used in the previous challenge to complete this one. So we would, what was it? Echo. We would use the echo command to add the temporary directory to the path. Yeah, so we would export path equals temp and then the regular path like this. And then we would create the same file in the temporary directory with this command here. Okay, and once again, we're going to be echoing in some commands. So we're going to read the root flag.txt file, and we're going to redirect it into the flag.txt file in the temp directory. We're going to give full permissions for that flag.txt file, and we're going to take this content, and then we're going to redirect it into a malicious MD5 sum file. So we just run that, and then we need to make that file executable. So chmod plus x /temp/md5 sum. After that, we can run the flag hasher file. So just to reiterate, the contents of the MD5 sum file look like this. Run the cat command on flag.txt, redirect it to temporary flag.txt, give it full file permissions. So let's go ahead and run the flag hasher file.
Hide the planet! Hide the planet! Shut up again!
Zohaib, hello! Zohaib Hassan, nice to see you here. I haven't seen you in a while, but welcome back. Welcome back to the stream. Have a Nyan cat. There you go. Okay, so if we got the flag hasher binary to run our malicious MD5 sum file over here, then there should be a flag file in the temporary directory. So we move into the temporary directory, and there is a flag file in here. So if we take a look, we see that the flag file has all permissions enabled, so we can just read it. And this is the flag. Zohib says, dang, your channel growing really good. Okay, last time I saw the subs were 1K. 1K, yeah, we're on our way to 3K right now. But yeah, thank you very much for noticing the growth. Okay, so we got the flag. PicoCTF, co-author of system binaries. Co-author of system binaries, sure. Let's copy the flag. We go over to the challenge, paste in the flag, submit the flag, and then we're done. All right, everybody, this was a guided walkthrough for the Hash Only 2 challenge from the PicoCTF 2025 event. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out! Okay, so what do we have? Zero says, how long have you been streaming? How long have I been streaming? So today, I've been streaming for 2 hours. I've been streaming on this channel for over a year. So I think I started in September of 2023. September of 2023. And yeah, it's been a while. Hyper256 says, Valhalla beats certainly help. Yeah, good music will help anything out. Thank you very much for noticing. Zohib says, I'm getting the vibe hacking with the VG music and overall theme. Thank you very much. Okay, so let's move on into our last portion of today's stream. In the last portion of today's stream, we're going to be doing some Windows hacking, and by Windows hacking, I mean we're going to be deploying a virtual machine that has Windows on it, and we're going to try to hack our way into it. We may or may not succeed because this is a more difficult rated challenge, but we're certainly going to try. So I'm just going to start up my challenge here. Oh, I don't have the challenge installed. Okay. Change of plans. We don't have the machine installed, so we're going to do another machine. We're going to do a machine that we do have installed. So this is the machine we're going to do instead. So let's see. Zero Null says full-on game of Active Directory. Let's go. This isn't a full-on game of Active Directory, but it is one box. It is one box that has Windows Active Directory on it. Let me reload this page. I'll provide the link for everybody. Zohib says, I learned how to hack Windows password set by the user. Okay. Yeah, hopefully hopefully it isn't too difficult for us to do this machine. I'm not super confident about it, but we'll start the machine up. So I've got my virtual machines over here. So the virtualization software I use is VirtualBox, and this Windows box is loading up over here. After it's done, I can start scanning for the box, and then we'll try to hack in. So we'll talk about what standard steps we take to do Windows hacking. And Zero Null says, what website is this? So this is a Spanish language website. It's called TheHackersLabs.com, and it's kind of similar to other websites where you download virtual machines to do hacking against them. So stuff like Vulnhub. Vulnhub is a really old example, of course, but there's also this website right here called Vulnix, and Vulnix is another is another platform where you can download virtual machines and then hack against them. So if you don't know, Vulnix is it's not very well known, but there are a lot of challenges there that you can download and do hacking against. Most of them are most of them are Linux machines. There are a few Windows machines. The problem is that finding free Windows machines to hack against is not very easy, and that's why I go to these niche little websites like TheHackersLabs. But let's go ahead and start the challenge. Okay, so the first thing we need to do is we need to locate the machine on our network. And let me see what network we're using. So I think the Windows network is this one, 212. Actually, I need to check to see if this is the correct network for this machine. Let me do that real quick. Just a second, everybody. I just need to check some documentation. Documents. I just need to check the subnet. Okay, I think we've got the right subnet. Alright, so let's go ahead and... So first of all, I need to turn on my interface for ETH1 because it's currently off. Actually, wait, it's not currently off. Hold on. Yeah, this is my address on... So all of my Windows machines are on the ETH1 network. And for each network, we're going to have a different IP address. So this is my IP address on this network. We need to locate the machine. We're going to do a ping sweep. And a ping sweep is basically trying to locate all of the machines that are online on a certain network range. Zohypasan says, can you review ethical hacking that I found on YouTube? It is by IYS. IYS is an ethical hacking course. It is in another language. It's in Hindi, but you would love to know your thoughts about it. Okay. I can't do this evaluation right now, but send me a link. Send me a link for the video, and I'll take a look at it after the stream is done. Okay, Zohyb? And yeah, and then I'll let you know about it the next time I'm here. The next time I'm online. Aqua says, is it safe to download virtual machines from Vulnix? Are the images triaged before upload onto the website? So I will say that you are taking... Vulnix is safe. Well, okay. Vulnix should be safe because Vulnix provide a file hash. So for each one of these machines over here, so let's just say this one, they've got an MD5 hash, and you can copy it and then you can paste it in. You're going to compare the zip file against this file hash right here, and they should match. So Vulnix does provide a file hash, and the HackerSLabs also provides a file hash that you can compare against. The problem is that they don't update their file hashes after they update the machines. So if they, create like an updated version of the machine, they don't update the file hashes, which means it's a little riskier using the virtual machines from the HackerSLabs. So Zero Null says, I don't think someone would use a VM escape exploit in one of those. It would be a waste of an exploit. That's a good point. Logically, it doesn't make very much sense, but if you're really paranoid about only deploying trusted virtual VMs on your network, then you would probably want to make sure that there's a file hash that you can compare against. It wouldn't hurt just to check the hash on VirusTotal. The hash on VirusTotal. Okay. So how? Well, I mean, for example, if we were to take this file hash and go to VirusTotal. So VirusTotal. How do you spell VirusTotal? We could paste in the file hash. Okay, it says there's no comments that fit the search. I guess hopefully we're okay. But sometimes it doesn't hurt to be safe. But sometimes being overtly safe will close off some avenues to you. But anyways, let's okay, we only found one. We found one machine with the VirtualBox NIC. Let me check those machines one more time. So this machine should be... It could be that we can't detect this because it's using... it's not accepting ping packets. So in that case... Aqua says, apologize if I joined and distract. No. It's a relevant thing to talk about because... I mean, we're supposed to be security people, so we have to take our security seriously. Sometimes when we choose not to take, when we choose to accept a risk, I mean, that's a thing. So ARP scan, we can run the ARP scan command instead. And let's see if we can locate the machine this way. Let's see, Zohybe says, search IYS ethical hacking course on YouTube. Can you can you get a link for me? That would help me a lot. Okay, so we've got... It has a timestamp. I just came across it. Would love your feedback about the course syllabus. Like, is it sufficient or not? I can't take the time to take a look at it right now. Might take a bit too much time, but send me the link, and I'll take a look at it after the stream. Okay, so it's probably this one. Let's do some scanning against this IP address here. I cannot paste the link in the YouTube chat. Huh. YouTube does not allow it. That's strange. Let me try. Okay, so paste in the link, but delete the dots, and it should go through. Thank you very much for following QQ on steroids. Yeah. So if you delete the dots, then it'll no longer be a clickable link, but I can still see it. Yeah, youtube.com. Well, sure, you can do that. Okay. So what were you doing? Right. Okay, I've got it. Let me copy that. So like I said, I'll take a look at the video after the stream, and I'll let you know next time. QQ on steroids says, bro, you know what? Sometimes usernames are tough. Usernames are tough, especially because there's no capitalization or like spaces and stuff. I don't know what to do with that. Okay, let's do our nmap scan. And let's go ahead and see if we can... So there's the 2 machine over here. Okay, this is... It looks like... Oh, okay. I wasn't able to scan anything. It might be because I need to give some... Nothing happened. Alright. I'm gonna have to make sure that the network settings are correct on the machine. Hold on, everybody. Sometimes troubleshooting is half the battle. I just need to check that it's using the correct network card. So the network it's using is the host-only network, okay. And then I need to check the one that that my Kali machine is using. It's also using the host-only adapter, okay. Okay, let me start it up again. So the problem is that the machine doesn't let us know what IP address it's using, so we need to locate it on the network. And if we can't locate it on the network, then we can't do our hacking against it, which would be very sad. So we just need to wait for this to load up, and then we'll see if we can locate the darn thing. Yeah, I mean, let me take a look at I'll take a look at it off stream just really quick. What does this look like? Okay, so YMIS, ethical hacking, full course with Kali Linux, and okay, looks like it covers a lot of pretty common tools. I couldn't tell you for sure if this is going to be super high quality or not, but the topics seem okay. It's this stuff covers a lot of the stuff that I cover in my HackerFrogs course. So I mean, give it a go. If it feels like it's not useful, then you'll probably be able to spot. You'll probably be able to spot that. Anyways, let's try. I just need to make sure that this is the correct network range. Okay, so the network range is 192, 168, 212. Yeah. All right. Sigma Gat says, you mentioned a HackerFrogs course. Yeah, we were doing a HackerFrogs course during the first hour of our live streams for quite a while now. If you take a look at previous live streams, usually the first hour of the live stream is going to be part of the. I'm going to present something as part of the HackerFrogs course. Let's see, QQonsaurus, do you have a vid on how to get Vulnix VMs to set up to start working with the machine? I think I do have something on how to set up like a Kali Linux machine. So let me see if I can get that video. It seems like beginner level stuff. So hi, you're asking if it's intermediate level or if it's beginner level. It looks like beginner's level stuff for me. I can see the rest of the course on YouTube. I didn't. Here's the thing. I haven't separated out the content. It's just part of the live streams. So let me get the. Hold on. Let me see if I can get the one for Kali Linux. Okay, so installing VirtualBox and creating a Kali Linux machine. Here's the link to that video. Okay. So it looks like. So number 4 is our machine. Number 2. Don't think. No worries, no worries. Yeah, Let me take a look at... So Nmap didn't work. Not able to find it. We only able to find... This is my machine. My machine is here. This one we don't... Okay, so when we use ARPScan to scan the devices, we only find the number 2 device, but the number 2 device is not... It doesn't seem to be the system we're looking for. Okay, I'm gonna try one more thing. I'm gonna try reinstalling the VM and see if that solves the problem. So this is the equivalent of turning the machine off and turning the machine back on again to solve your IT issues. I'm just gonna remove the VM, and then I'm gonna reinstal the VM. This is gonna take a couple minutes. Okay, we got our VMs. So Zero Null says, so one is your machine, one is the virtual gateway. What would the other address be? Not sure what the other address on the network would be, but I'm just installing the. It might be that address. But okay, I'm just reinstalling the VM. I'm just gonna give it the host-only adapter. I just need to check that it's using the same host-only adapter that I'm using. Oh, I'm using host-only adapter number 2. Okay, that means that the other machine has to be host-only adapter number 2. Maybe, yeah, maybe that was the problem. Okay, so this has to be host-only adapter number 2. Okay, let's start with the machine. Hopefully it works. We've got our windows spinning up over here. Zohaib says, I think you should consider separating the content in into one video like what IYS did and have a full course. It would be super helpful for new people on your channel to learn hacking and then catch it on stream for more interaction and learning. I'm gonna have to... The stuff that I do in my course is still kind of in progress. I'd like to do a little bit more refinement on the individual lessons before I splice up the videos into like one really big video like that. But I do appreciate that a lot of people would appreciate that kind of like really long video to watch. Okay, let's try scanning the thing again. Okay, so ARPScan gets the same stuff. What about Nmap? Still having problems. Okay, so Ethernet adapter number 2, right? Let me check to see if this machine is using Ethernet adapter number 2. Let me just check that. Oh, this is not using Ethernet. Man, I feel like my eyes have gone bad. I keep on misreading these numbers. Now it's okay. Let's set that Ethernet back. Okay. Oh, sorry, we gotta change our music. You know what? We'll make everything all better if we change out the music. How about some Faster Than Light? Here we go. I've got too many of these networks going on, unfortunately. GroudXT says, "One day I will grow old and lose my eagle coder eyes." Yeah. I think that's happening with me. I'm going blind on stream, in real time in front of everybody. Very sad. But we got ads running on Twitch. When ads run on Twitch, we also do YouTube ads. Here you go. And you know what? This is a good time to play my favorite video. And my favorite video is the two birds having a little bird bath. Alright, we'll be back in about 45 seconds. Gotta have a little water break. Just a second. Can't wait for the summer to come back. Then I can watch some more of these fun little birds having their bird bath. Maybe I can get some good footage next time. Next time with the next batch of baby Stellar Jays. All right, let's put the birds away. Let's keep on hacking. And by hacking, I mean trying to figure out our technical difficulties. Okay, Nmap. So Nmap came back the same. What about ARPScan? ARPScan comes back the same too. Okay, so what can we do? The interface doesn't seem to be working. I need to I've already double checked. This should be on the 212 network range. Let me take a look at those notes one more time. Okay, so in the... Oh, no, wait. I think it might be because... I might be using the IP address that it wants to use. So it's supposed to be, I think it's supposed to be on the .4 address, and I'm on the .4 address. So there might be a conflict there. So let's do DHClient to give myself a new IP address. Okay, let me look this up real quick. How do I give myself a new IP address? Hold on. Okay, let me just Google this really quick. How do I use DHClient to release my IP address and get a new one? Zero null says -r. Oh, okay. So let's see, DHClient, you use the -r option. Sudo DHClient -r interface. Okay. All right, let's try that. It sure is fun to it sure is fun to do troubleshooting live on stream. Okay, now we've got the number 3 address. Good, good. Okay, so let's go ahead and run the machine again. Hopefully, it works. So if you're parking, if you're parking on the IP address that that one machine wants to use, it might not work out very well. Okay, we're all ready to run our commands to scan the network. It worked. It worked. So yeah, that was it. Who gives their machines a static IP? The people who created this virtual machine gave their machine a static IP, apparently. Okay, so we should be able to scan against the 4 address over here, and then get started. And it only took 30 minutes to get started. Only took 30 minutes to get started. Good for us. Okay, nmap, the 4 address, all ports, T5, common scripts, and versioning information, very verbose. Okay, we're in business. We're in business. Finally happened. All right, so we got a web server. This is unusual that we have a web server on a domain controller, but you know what? This is an exercise. So let's do some web enumeration. Okay. Let's make this purple. Yeah. Could be IIS. If it's a web server on a Windows machine, it's probably going to be IIS. That's a pretty good bet. Let's go ahead and so we've got all of our classic Windows ports on here, and we know that's that we're dealing with the domain controller because we've got ports like 53. 53 is for DNS. SMB is covered by 445 and port 139. And 135 is RPC, I think. But we can do some basic SMB enumeration in the background first. So we're going to go over to netexec. And netexec is our favorite program for doing SMB enumeration. So what we're going to do first is we're just going to figure out if there's a guest account on the box. So because this is a Spanish version, Spanish zero null. You've never used netexec before? It's a very popular program for doing. It used to be called crackmap exec, and it's kind of an all-in-one like Windows pen testing tool. And so since this is okay. Oh wow. So bbr.thl. Status login failure. Invitado. That's the word for guest in Spanish, right? This is a Spanish language installation. So that's why we have to use the word invitado instead of guest, but we can try guest as well. So okay, guest is an account on here, but the account has been disabled. So the next thing we can do is we can try to figure out what valid user accounts exist on the system by using a tool called what is the tool called? It's called Kerbrute, and we can use the Kerbrute program to do Kerberos enumeration. So let me go ahead and get that program. So the program is called Kerbrute, and I use it pretty often. It's available on GitHub from this link over here. And I'm just going to grab a precompiled binary for Linux, AMD 64. Okay, just going to copy that. And let's make a new tab for this. We're going to call this the curb root tab. Let's make this blue, because Kerberos is cool and it's blue, sure. Let's download the curb root file, and then let's make it executable, and then so we got curb root. Okay, we're going to do user enumeration, and whoops, this is the IP address. QQ on steroids says, I downloaded VM from Vulnix. Do I boot it up and should be automatically discoverable by my Calyx VM, or are there any network adapter settings that I need to tweak? So if you downloaded the VM, let me give you a quick demonstration over here. So QQ on steroids, here's my VirtualBox. I don't know if you're using VirtualBox or if you're using VMware. Let me know what you're using. But if you're using VirtualBox, you go over to File and then Import Appliance. So it's File, Import Appliance, and then you go to your File Explorer and get the OVA file. After that, you hit Finish. It should just deploy. It should just install the box. Afterwards, you'll see the box in your list of VMs here. So, for example, you just need to make sure that when you take a look at your networking settings, so if you go to Settings and you go over to Network, you want to make sure that the Kali Linux network adapter and the network adapter for whatever box that you downloaded, they're using the same network adapter. So I would suggest using a host-only adapter. Actually, whatever adapter you're using for the Kali Linux box, just use that adapter, okay? And you should be okay. And then you should be able to scan for the thing with Nmap. Okay, so what were you doing? So we're just going to use the curb root program over here to try to discover some usernames on the box. So from netexec, we found out that this box is called bbr.thl. bbr.thl. So maybe we should put this in our etc host file, and we can do that like this. So sudo nano etc hosts. This is what we're going to do. We're going to do 192.168.212.4, and this is going to be bbr.thl. So let's write that. What was it? bbr.thl. Okay, so we're going to run this, and hopefully we can find some usernames. If we can't find usernames, then we'll be very, very sad. But what else can we do? We can also take a look at the web page. So what do we got for this machine? So NetBIOS name is big, okay, and we got some API stuff over here. That's pretty normal. Thank you very much for Feelsbra. QQ on Survey says, thank you so much. Sorry for taking your time. No worries. I'm here to help. I'm here to help people. And if you're having troubles, you know, if you want my advice on how to install VirtualBox stuff from Vulnix, that's fine. That's fine, no problem. I'm here to help people. Okay, Feelsbra, thank you very much for following on Twitch. have a hack the planet on me.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
Okay, so what do we see here? We got. Okay, we have well, what was this called? WinRM. So WinRM is remote admin terminal access, and this port is open. That's great. What else do we have? A bunch of stuff here. Nothing super out of the ordinary, but we do have a web page that we can do enumeration against. So we got IIS version 10. So IIS is Microsoft's web server software, and the version of the software correlates with the version of Windows being used. And in this case, it's version 10, which means that we're dealing with the Windows version 10 installation that we're going to be interacting with. So let's go ahead and we'll just go over to the web page first, just to see what it looks like. So bbr.thl. It's Biggie. It's Biggie. Okay. All right. It was all a dream. Great. What is on this page? I keep it music, music. I eat that lunch. Yeah. Okay. And we got Biggie the JPEG. That's probably the entire purpose. The entire purpose for IIS. Well, I don't know. I don't know. It could be, or it could be that there's a bunch of stuff here. We should probably do some enumeration. So we can do our web. Did we find? Okay, we found some names on with Kerbroot. So we got Big, we got Song, we got Music Administrator. So we found some usernames. That's great. Let's do some. Let's start up our directory busting stuff first before we take a look at this. So web enumeration, we can do dirb, and just for some directory busting. Pulls out the pulls out the Biggie discography word list. I'm not very familiar with. All I know is that there were one or two songs that were really popular on the radio by. I can't even remember what it was called. It was Biggie, 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 Biggie. Can't you see? Sometimes your words just hypnotize me. But we found some directories, contents. We found songs. Okay. Let's go ahead and throw Ferrex Buster at this thing. So Ferrex Buster is we're probably not looking for PHP, but we could look for ASP and ASPX. We just need to point it at the correct website. So the website is bbr.thl. Okay, so we got images, we got contents. Let's take a look at those directories. Why Ferrex? So I used to use GoBuster, and GoBuster was getting a bit. It was getting a bit old, and I didn't like that it didn't do recursive searching. So I use Ferrex Buster now. Ferrex Buster has been pretty good. I also ran into some weird finicky issues with GoBuster. That's why I stopped using GoBuster. I know some people really like dir search. Zero Null, let me know which one is your favorite program. If you get extra points if you say that your favorite program for directory busting is FFUF. Okay. So let's try looking in the images and contents and songs directories. It is, of course it is. Okay. I really need to use more FFUF in the future. I really do like that program. So contents. So, oh, okay. We've got some stuff. Notify.txt, web.config. This could be something big. Not to, This could be something big, pardon the pun. Okay, so notify.txt, what is this? Who the hell did you hire to create the website? Hiding keys in MD5 again. Hiding keys in MD5 again. I'm gonna fire that guy. Music. Okay, so we need to pay attention to this. You know what? Let me just download this. Because this could be... Let's go ahead and download this to our directory. And there's the other file. The other file is web.config. Oh. Can I not? Let's try downloading this. It says error not found. Whoa. Why was it listed? Why was the file listed if it's not actually there? That's strange. Okay, so that's contents. There's also songs. Oh, great! We've got all of the Notorious B.I.G. stuff. Great. I guess we can just download these because we might need to use them in the future. And we got Hypnotized. Yeah, this is the song that was on the radio all the time. Okay, download this. We got a couple more, Juicy and Sky's the Limit. And the last one. Zero Null says you just dated yourself. Yeah, I'm an old person. I'm a very old person. Because I was alive. Well, listen, I was alive for the Jurassic Park movie, and the Jurassic Park movie came out in 1993. It really makes you think. Okay, we got all this stuff. We got let's try this web.config. You're dating yourself, is what you're trying to say. Alright. So this is also file not found. What was the other one? So there was images too, right? No, it wasn't. Was it images or just image? Okay, for some reason I got this wrong. Let's take a look at the web enumeration. So contents notify.txt, it found that. Contents images. Oh, this is redirection. So images, contents, songs. Okay. Oh no, we've got a bunch of pictures. Oh, I hope we don't have to do steganography because I hate that. Anyways, let's download these files. Okay, that's 1, that's 2, that's 3, and that's 4. So hopefully, hopefully none of these images have anything that's going to get me banned on Twitch or YouTube. But let's go ahead and open up the files to see what they look like. So JPEG, big 1, big 2, big 1. Okay, so this is what the images look like. This looks like album art. Okay. Let's see if there's anything inside the EXIF data. Sometimes they hide stuff like that in there. So Kerbrute is still running. We found all sorts of usernames. We should probably try to brute force some of these usernames. So we can try brute forcing. Well, let's just add these names to the list. So there's Big Song Music Administrator. Big Song Music and Administrator. I think I can remember that. Okay. So Big Song Music. Let's just do Big Song and Music for the users list. And then we can do some Kerberos brute forcing. So we'll call this tab, delete the tab. We'll call this tab Kerbrute password brute. And we'll make this purple. Okay. So Kerbrute, we're gonna do user brute. Or brute user, right? Brute user. Brute user, and we need to, for brute user, we can only get one. Let's see, this is BBR. BR.THL. We can only do one user at a time. Let's do the big user. Okay. So we're doing brute forcing right now with the big user. Neem says, don't tell me I missed the AD part. We're doing the AD part right now. So we're just we're actually we're just brute forcing against the Kerberos, the Kerberos protocol right now. So we used a program to try to brute force the usernames, and we're currently, well, there's one complication in this box, is that there's this there's a website, and the website has a bunch of notorious BIG stuff. So I don't even know. I hope we don't have to take these files apart and start brute forcing against them. So we've got like a few different songs over here. Hypnotize, whatever. So, Man, I didn't know. I didn't know that the lyrics were so... Okay. All right, let's take a look at the files over here, the EXIF data. So EXIF data, EXIF tool rather. So big1.jpg. Okay, so we don't see anything. We're just gonna scan these files to make sure that there's nothing weird in them. So far, there's nothing in the metadata yet. Okay. So Neem says, I was actually trying to complete the Kerberos room on THM yesterday, but it wouldn't allow me to download the tool via GitHub, so I couldn't complete it. Oh, right. Were you using the attack box? Because the attack box can't download stuff, or generally the attack box doesn't let you download stuff. But yeah, Kerberos is a really big topic. Okay, so we're brute forcing here, we're brute forcing here, we're brute forcing everywhere. So web enumeration, well, this probably isn't going to go anywhere. Yeah, the attack box. The attack box is really useful sometimes. So let's see, who do we get to hire to create the website? Okay, so I think we might need to do... Thank you very much for following Minx ATL. Thank you very much for following on Twitch. Let's give you a Nyanka. It's a classic meme that doesn't go away. Okay, we got ads on Twitch, so we do ads on YouTube, and let's put on some birds. How about these birds? I just love the video quality of this one right here. Okay, so we'll be back in about a minute. I just need to take a little water break. Zero No asks, what about that dude's frogs? The frogs are not... yeah, I'm going to work on getting those frogs. Might be a little work in progress for a little while. But thank you very much for reminding me about that. Anyways, let's see. Neems asks, do you recommend I use my own machine OpenVPN? I always use the attack box. I think getting used to using your own Kali Linux box is probably a good experience because it'll get you used to managing like a Linux box of your own, like a virtual machine. And the other thing about the attack box is very convenient, but you can't save anything between sessions. After you're done with the attack box, you can't save anything. So if you're going to be working on something for multiple sessions, it doesn't work out. Anyways, let's put the birds away. And when you install a new tool, then you don't have to reinstall it every time. That's the other good thing about using your own Kali Linux box. So I think we might need to, if there's anybody that we need to pay attention, it's probably, if there's any user we need to pay attention to, it's probably this music user over here. So I'm just going to pause my brute forcing on the Biggie user, and I'm going to try focusing on the music user. Neem says, told that I should get into CTFs, but I'm a rookie. What do you think? I think if you don't have experience deploying a Kali Linux box, it's good practice. I think I've already linked my deploying the VirtualBox and Kali Linux video over here. Go ahead and take a look. The other good thing to get into if you're a rookie, then I think you might benefit from taking a look at the PicoCTF challenges. Let's see. Let me get that playlist. So the PicoCTF list on my channel here, it's they're like 80 something videos, 90 something videos. It goes from absolute zero, and it eventually gets more and more difficult. But it's a pretty good place to start. If you find that the stuff there is a little too easy for you, then you can stop doing it. But let's get the playlist. Here you go. So this is the PicoCTF playlist. And if you find that too easy, go ahead and try the Hack the Box starting point, which is this one. Okay. So this is all going. I think what I should do now is I should probably do some steganography stuff. I don't like steganography stuff, but you know, there's some tools that make it a lot easier. And let's see if I can do steganography on all these files here by using stegseek. So we'll do big1.jpg to see if we can find anything in there. Neem says, I appreciate it. Definitely watch those. What was that hint about MD5 sums? So let's see. They said MD5 sums. Notify. So they were hiding keys in MD5. So if I see something that looks like an MD5 hash, then I should probably pay attention to it, because it might be a key. Other than that, not exactly sure. Could not find a valid passphrase. That's fine. Let's try number 2. And then we'll do number 3 and number 4. So this is steganography stuff. Okay, no success here, but we've got... Yeah, we don't have a valid username. We have valid usernames, but we don't have any credentials yet. Oh, you know what? The file hashes. Oh, wait. We could do MD5 sum on one of the file hashes, and there might be a key there. Yeah, you know what? Zero null. You're right. We should do that. We should do that. Let's go ahead and try that out. But first of all, I want to finish off with our steganography stuff here. So what do? So we MD5 sum. Actually, let's try MD5 summing everything in this directory. Okay. So what do we have? We got all these. We just want the MD5. Yeah, okay. We just want the MD5. So we will cut the okay. So let's go ahead and feed. Let me create something. So MD5 sums. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to feed this into crackstation.net, and crackstation.net might be able to find something from these MD5 sums. So let's see, crackstation.net. This is a great place to try out your hashes. Neem says, is Stegseek part of the Kerberos suite? No. Stegseek is its own thing. It's all about. We found one. We managed to crack one, but there's nothing. There's nothing here. That's. What should we do? Okay. We've got all these hashes. It's the MD5 sum of an empty file. Oh, okay. Okay. So, well, let's save this out. We've got our MD5 sums. Wait, did I get this one? Let me cat that out quick. Yeah, I did, okay. Oh wait, maybe they were using the MD5 sums as passwords. If they were using the MD5 sums as passwords, that could be something as well. Okay, we can actually try that out. If those are real files, you would need an unlikely collision for it to be the password at the same time. That's true. It's probably not. It's probably not a pass. It's probably not going to be. Yeah, it's probably not going to be that. Okay, so let's do netexec. We'll do passwords will be md5sum, md5sums.txt, and the usernames will be passwords, will be users.txt. So let's see if this comes back positive. The other thing we need to do is we need to figure out if any of these users... Okay, nothing came back. Yeah, nothing came back. The other thing we need to do is we need to figure out if any of these users use their own usernames as their password. So you would do it like this. No brute, and continue on success. I hope that's the right syntax. Okay, so yeah, that didn't work out. We're pretty close. Or I guess we're not super close to finished. Or are we? Okay, so big 3, let's do big 4. So stegseek is steganography. It's not part of Kerberos. It's basically taking a look and seeing if there are hidden messages inside of picture files. Okay, so wasn't able to find it. Those files are huge. 133, 100, and yeah, these are pretty big for picture files. Neem says, what would you recommend someone have in their home lab? You don't need much for a home lab these days if you're using virtual machines. You just need one really beefy computer, and the one desktop computer can host like all of your virtual machines. So you can create a home lab exclusively made of virtual machines that are networked to each other, and that would be a pretty good home lab. You just need to have a desktop computer with a lot of RAM, a lot of memory, because virtual machines eat up memory. They eat up memory like nobody's business, especially Windows virtual machines. Okay, so we should probably search for ASREP roasting, and we can do ASREP roasting with netexec. So let's do. Okay, I need to look up the syntax for this. So netexec ASREP roasting. Okay, we've got ASREP roasting with the netexec wiki. So netexec is a very popular program. They even have their own wiki page. Anyway, ASREP output.txt. Let's try this out. Okay, so apparently that's not the way you do it. What am I doing wrong here? Oh no, ASREP roasting isn't SMB. ASREP roasting is LDAP. Yeah, as we're posting his LDAP, that's why that didn't work. Okay, looks like it didn't work. Error reflecting tables for the LDAP protocol. That means there is a DB schema mismatch. It's probably because a newer version of NXC is running on an old DB schema. We tried like 800,000 usernames and found 12 valid ones. All right. Well, let's go ahead and do more brute forcing. Steghide, binwalk steghide. Steghide is for Steghide for JPEG files? Oh, Steghide is for JPEG files, yeah. But StegSeek is a StegSeek is a better version because StegSeek basically automates brute forcing. It automates brute forcing with the rocku.txt list. So I mean, no worries. It is a very useful thing for steganography, and you can get it over here. It's a very nice little tool. Okay, so this is brute forcing the music user. Let's try brute forcing the last user. The last user, what were their name? So Song, right? I feel like there's something in those pictures. We could try running strings. There wasn't anything in the... There wasn't anything suspicious looking in the XIF tool output, so we can try strings, big one. Okay, let's see if we can narrow it down. They are just massive files. They sure are. Okay, that's... Yeah, they're pretty big. Okay, so strings in here. Not anything super out of the ordinary. Big 3. And the last one, big 4. Hiding keys in MD5. Hiding keys in MD5. We got to figure out where these keys are. Okay, so we found images, contents, songs, contents, images. So if we have all these song lyrics over here, can we turn these into word lists? Okay. Let me try asking the AI. So we are doing a CTF challenge. We suspect... Oh, we found some text files with song lyrics in them, and we suspect that one of the words in the lyrics might be a password. How can we turn the text file of lyrics into a word list for use with brute forcing programs? There's probably some really long convoluted okay, so first isolate all the words and remove the duplicates. So cat lyrics.txt, tr upper lower blah 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 blah. For multiple files, okay, that's great. Converts to lowercase, splits into words, removes duplicates, filter by length. Remove words that are too long or too short for passwords. Add common variations. Append common password variations. I don't think we need to do this, but prioritize suspicious words, brute force with brute forcing tools. Okay, let's try this first thing. So isolate all words and remove duplicates. Let's try this. Okay. So this is the command. And we're going to, I guess we're going to, this is where I press the I believe button, because if, let's take a look at what the combined word list looks like now. Okay, so we've got a bunch of words from all these lyrics. And it's probably not super big. This is pretty easy for us to try brute forcing with. So let's try it out over here. Okay, so this is combined wordlist.txt. Let's try this out. It's not going to take a super long time. We're not finding anything. Maybe we can just leave this running for a little bit. So I think by default, if netexec finds a match, it'll stop. Actually, wait. This is what I want to do. We're going to run the same thing, but we're going to reverse grep on failure. So that it only give us a result if it doesn't say log on failure. Okay, so let's just keep this running for a little bit. That's not it. We're also brute forcing here. We're brute forcing a lot. You see that my CPU usage is all capped out. So we still have this issue right here, hiding keys in MD5. What other files could we get access to? And what other services could we be enumerating right now? So we got our DNS, we've got our HTTP, we got our LDAP. We still don't have any credential sets. Okay. NetExec wasn't able to find anything. I wonder if the titles of the songs themselves could be passwords. Because we've got stuff like Big Papa, Hypnotized, Juicy, Sky's the Limit. Let's try using this as a short list. So we get rid of the TXT, and we can also try a version where it's all lowercase. Okay, keep the music going. Thank you. Okay, and let's do another brute force. Let's do even more brute forcing, because that's all we knew. That's all we know how to do. Okay, so this is titles.txt. Yeah, okay, it didn't come back. Didn't come back. That's fine. I guess, Zero Null talked about binwalk. Binwalk might be relevant. Binwalk big 1.jpg. Okay, so nothing here. Let's just do all of these files. Okay. And then the fourth one. Okay, nothing here, nothing here. What other things could we be checking out right now? Big song music administrator. MD5. You know what? It could be that there are files with the MD5. Okay. It's not super likely, but we might be looking for an MD5 file extension. That would be kind of weird. But I don't know, maybe. Let's go ahead and try. So we'll do Ferrex Buster again. Where was it? And this time we're going to look for... Actually, let's look... Let's use some custom word lists. So let's try the combined word list. Okay, nothing found with the combined word list. Ads. Ads are coming up in a little bit. Okay, so that'll give me a little opportunity to have some water, but we'll work until the ads start. No combined word lists. Let's try adding the MP3. Could there be actual music on, like, music files on here? So there's MP3 and MP4. Can you do the info for Steghide? Yeah. Just a moment. I'm gonna see if there's MD5 stuff here. Okay, where were we? So Steghide or Stegseek? Were you talking about Steghide or Stegseek? because there's steg_seek as well. So stego file, word list. This is steg_seek. File name for extracted data, threads, force. Yeah, steg_seek should be able to do everything that steg_hide does. So positional arguments, crack, word list, output list. steg_seek, stego file, word list dot. Okay, what I haven't done is I haven't tried using all of the lyrics files, the lyric word list, with as a list for steg_seek. Okay, there's ads running, so ads running means we run more ads. Let's put on some birds. Here we go. Remember when it was snowing? I do. Anyways, I'm just gonna have a little water break, just a second. Looks like it found a peanut. Those darn squirrels. Okay, let's put the birds away. Let's do more hacking. So I really want to try steg_seek with a custom word list, because we made that custom word list with all the lyrics. Let's go ahead and try that. So steg_seek big1.jpg, and then combined word list. Could not find a valid passphrase. Okay, that comes back really quick. So same thing with number 2. Same thing with number 3. Same thing with number 4. Okay, nothing here. Contents, images, songs. Let's take a look again. So the website, where's the website? Here. Let's look at the landing page. We've got Biggie here. We've got the background image, url1.jpg. Let's try steg_seek info file, -- info file. Okay. steg_seek try to get information about embedded data. Sure. Enter passphrase. Okay. So I guess we can't get any info unless we supply a passphrase. I still think we need to start looking for more files. So I keep it music, I eat that lunch, yeah. Doc type HTML, okay. I guess we could start looking for some more, I don't know. We haven't been able to find any more directories. If we could find more directories, that would help a lot. because it seems it's turning into like a web app challenge instead of an Active Directory challenge. Images, contents, songs. So an interesting thing is that there's all these web.config files. Let's see. So is web.config file. Okay, so the web.config, this is a file that is read by IIS and ASP.NET core modules to configure an app hosted with IIS. Okay. I can see the files in these directories. So let me illustrate. So for example, in the images directory here, Wheat Bundle says, bruh, speaking like we know what that is, all six of us. All six of us. There are more people watching on twitch.tv if you want to come by twitch.tv. But Wheat Bundles, welcome to the stream. How are you doing? This is... And let me give you a Hack the Planet. Here you go.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get
Twitch is the hang. Yeah, all the cool people go to Twitch, of course. Yeah, so we got these web.jpg, these web.config files here, but they don't. We can't read any of them. I guess they're not supposed to be accessible. Is the point? So, where is it? Contents. Yeah, hop on Twitch if you can hop on Twitch, no problem. So we got notify.txt web.config. So what else do we have? Notify.txt. So I think what we need to do is we just need to pay attention to the MD5. Cypher Enigma says, I hate the 80 boxes that have a web server on the DC. Well, I mean, it's not super realistic, but I guess it's a... I mean, they can't have a bunch of separate boxes, so that's why they do it that way. So let's MD5 sum all of these files. So star.jpg. So yeah, these are the MD5 sum files that we need to pay attention to. So can we try to crack... How can we crack MD5 sum files with How can we crack MD5 files with John the Ripper? Makes sense. I just don't like web. Yeah, I hear ya. Well, I mean, you know, you expect an Active Directory challenge, but you get a web challenge, which is not what you were looking for. Anyways, let's get rid of all these MD5s. Paste in these 4. And then we're going to figure out how to do this with John the Ripper. Block Bundle, hello! Nice to see you here. I guess you are a Wheat Bundle? But welcome to the stream. Nice to see you here. Okay, let's save this. I'd honestly throw it into Crackstation, not good practice. Yeah, of course. Thank you very much for following Block Bundle. Thank you. Block B Bundles. Henceforth B Bundles. Okay, how about we give you a Nyan Cat? That'll help us solve the challenge, of course. Okay, so first of all, we can throw it into MD5. We can throw this into Crackstation. I think we've already tried that, but just in case. Where is it? Crackstation. We put in too many hashes, maybe. Let's try a shorter list. Can you show me the web? Yeah. What's nothing came back. So the web page just looks like this. The source just looks like this. What about an MD5 of the text? Which text? Are we talking about it was all a dream? It was all a dream, MD5. Cypher Enigma says, I get lazy and use that hash to find more modes, to find modes rather than use the help commands. So, let's see. What is the text? The text is, it was all a dream. So we do what? Echo n, it was all a dream, and pipe that into MD5 sum, like this, and see if this is something. Okay. Let's figure out how to do it. It would be the text. It would be the text. The text. So let's see. Neem says this is AD. When I hear AD, I think of users, group, delegations, GPOs, etc. Okay. So this is a virtual machine running Active Directory, but we haven't been able to get into the box yet. And before we get into the box, we can still interact with Active Directory by using specific tools. For example, we found out all the usernames by using this this Kerberoot tool over here, and we've been doing enumeration against SMB by using the netexec tool over here. But we're not specifically interacting with Active Directory at nitty-gritty terminal level. Not yet. Not right now. But yeah, this box is running Active Directory, and we are hacking against it. So right now we need to figure out how to do. Okay, let me just ask DeepSeek. How do we use John the Ripper to crack MD5 hashes? Did this not go through? Okay, so hashes.txt, sure. Basic dictionary attack, raw MD5. Let's use this command. Okay. You don't know the John format? Well, most of the time I have to look it up. Each time. What do we call this file? We called this MD5 sums. And then we provide the path to the word list. Let's just try combined. Well, okay, we already tried the combined word list. Let's try rocku.txt. User share word lists rocku.txt. But yeah, most of the time when the syntax is a little bit complicated, I usually need to look it up. I usually don't remember the syntax for overtly complicated programs. So loaded 4 password hashes with no different salts. Okay. raw MD5. Let's see if we can find anything in the rock list. Okay, so in the meantime, let's take a look at the Nmap output over here to see if we can find any additional clues. Oh, you know what? Here's the thing. At parasolve.com, is that the one for steganography? Put the images through that. Okay. Yeah, well, you know what? I'm welcome if it can help us out. If you have a user list, have you tried ASREP roasting? We've got the user list, but Neem says, I think you just have to run John show raw format MD5, name a file to display the passwords found. Just finished the John the Ripper room 2 days ago on THM. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, News. I think we've got it. We're doing the brute force right now. Where are we? Yeah. So we're running it in. I guess I'll rename this to John the Ripper. So we're currently running it against this over here. Block Bundle says, "Alright, Emma, go. No idea what we're saying." So Block Bundle, hey, what? How much do you know about like hacking and cybersecurity stuff? Because I'm happy to help out. You know, like people. I'm happy to help out people who are new to the field. But let me know what your experience is. Because I can probably help you out better if you let me know what you already know. Okay, let's copy that that website. We're gonna try putting the images through. Okay, so Parasolve is an online platform which performs layer analysis on an image. The platform also uses ZStag, StagHide, Outguess, ExifTool, and all this other good stuff. Let's see, Block Bundle says, not a whole lot, know a bit about John the Ripper and password crackers. Yeah, so what we're doing right now is we're trying to do some steganography. We found some image files on the website over here. So inside this directory called images, we found 4 images. So we got these images over here. They're all pictures of Biggie Smalls. I don't think there are any words hiding in this in these images. We're just trying to figure out if there's some sort of hidden information. Yeah, I'm on LinkedIn. If you want to add me on LinkedIn, send me a DM on Twitch. Send me a DM on Twitch. I can send you my LinkedIn information. Okay, so where were we? So we're just going to try to figure out if there's some hidden information inside these images. So we're going to load up the images. And like I said, if I'm going too fast, if you find that you're lost, please ask me for an explanation. If you're asking for an explanation, if you could ask about something specific, that helps me out a lot. Because just asking, what are you doing? It's a bit difficult. But okay, so we're trying to figure out if there's anything suspicious about these images. It's doing some analysis in the background, I'm sure. ASREP roast, this is my bet if you have users and no password. Okay, let's take a look. So we've got this running in the background. We got a lot of stuff running in the background. CFG says, do you have any automated tools to recommend for noobs? Uh, for noobs, I recommend that you don't use automated tools. I recommend that you learn how to do this stuff manually first, and then use the automated tools later. But learning how to do stuff manually is an important part of the learning process. Okay, so let's do a word list for asrep roasting. Asrep roast output.txt users.txt. Okay, let's try that. What's my streaming schedule? I've got Monday, Wednesday, Friday. That's the schedule, so this is the last one for the week. Actually, wait. I'd like to check my old Android phone for known vulnerabilities. Most of the time, Android is going to be okay. So, usually they're not. Android isn't going to be, especially if it's kept up to date. If you're not updating your OS for a long time, that's when it could get a little bit dicey. Okay, so 168, blah blah blah, and 4. Not old ones, yeah. That's interesting. What does it say? Okay, there's error reflecting the tables for LDAP protocol. This is probably because of a newer version of netexec that's being run with an old DB schema. Save the old DB, and then remove the DB, and run nxc to initialize the new DB. Okay, well, do what the program says, sure. Ah, right, of course. Well, I mean, when you say that it's a thing, do you mean it's a thing for that I should be doing on this challenge, or do you mean it's a thing that that's used for mobile phone stuff? Okay, so client not found in Kerberos database. So I guess asrep roasting is off the table. So okay. Oh, you're talking about using the exploit for newbies. I would say you don't necessarily want to. Yeah, it's not an automatic like hacking button. That platform is not an automatic hacking button. It is very useful sometimes, but I wouldn't rely on it. It didn't catch the users file. Okay, though there are only a few different users. Let's try, first of all, let's try big. Then let's try songs. Was it another name? So block bundle. What is the goal? Why did you pick this thing? Ah, okay. So, what is the goal? The goal is to break in. The goal is to break in and get the highest level of access. And so the reason why we picked this we picked this challenge is because it was a challenge that we haven't done before. And we're also trying to do more hacking against Windows systems, because most of the time the hacking challenges are against Linux, and a lot of people, well, we want to do more hacking against Windows because Linux is much more easy to get access to, for Windows challenges, you see a lot fewer of them because you usually need licenses to deploy Windows virtual machines, and that's why we're doing this challenge. Besho says, "Hi, what challenge are you doing right now?" We're doing this challenge right here. So this is from TheHackersLabs.com. This is called the Big Challenge. It's a Notorious B.I.G. themed challenge. Wait, are they talking about this MD5? Is this MD5? No, that would be really meta. Let's see. I run on Windows, or I run only Windows. Well, yeah, most people run Windows as their primary operating system, but that's why people want to know how to do hacking against Windows. Okay, let's see if CrackStation has this as some sort of password. That'd be really funny. Yeah, no, it's not it. It's not it. If it was, it would be really funny, but it's not. Okay, we've got our stuff. We got all sorts of brute forcing going on right now. Let's see. Block Bundle says Linux is better. Neem says, what if I wanted you to coach me? Would you guide me? Well, I mean, if you want advice, I'm here to provide advice. You can type in chat any questions you have. CFG says, I want to defend, but it seems like you have to learn some security. You have to learn some security to do all this cybersecurity stuff. Let's see. Is that to validate the VM when you download it? Yeah, it's supposed to be. You're supposed to validate the VM with the MD5 file hash over here. So check back with Aperi. I'm not sure why it took so long. Okay, let's go back to Aperi. Too many ads. It's a steep learning curve. Yeah. Well, I mean, this is what you do. Okay, so it says extract zsteg files. Disabled. Test all of the zsteg. Disabled. Why is this? I mean, I don't know how to parse this. Did it actually find something or not? Oh no, we don't have a password. It went back to the start. I don't know what happened. Okay, let's try this again. But yeah, cybersecurity is well, I mean, you'll get there eventually, but the important thing is to keep on keeping on. Okay, let's try uploading our file again. So let's try big1.jpg. Submit this. So what does it do? So Block Bundle says Linux is better. Linux is better. Yeah, there are lots of good things about Linux. There's but unfortunately, if you want to do certain things with your computer, it's better to run Windows, especially if you're into gaming. Gaming is not so good on Linux, but there's a lot of good stuff for Linux. Let's see. CFG says, but automated tools for noobs would be very welcome. I think. Okay, hold on. I gotta change my music. What do we got for our playlists? Let's try some Castlevania. Here we go. It's got some great music. It's a classic platforming game. Ah, yeah, that's the stuff. Okay, so let's see. Could not extract any data with these passphrases, okay. It does analysis. Wow. It looks like we're doing some deep stuff over here. Common passwords. Yeah, I love that game. I mean, I love like 2D platformer games. So there's Castlevania Symphony of the Night. There's I like Shovel Knight has a great soundtrack. It's not super Metroidvania, but it is a good game. Let's see, we've got our EXIF tool. We get our bin walk. We get our strings. We get our PNG check. Man, okay, let's try another file. We got to go back and do it again. But yeah, Block Bundle, are you interested in getting into the cybersecurity industry? Are you looking to become like to get a job as like some sort of security tester or something else? Let us know, because another big thing about getting into cybersecurity is knowing what kind of job you want to eventually get, because the route to getting there is not going to be the same for every different role. Okay, let's try this other file. Let's see, Zerono says it's not easy these days either. Market is saturated. Not sure. I would love that. I really like coding. Coding, yeah. Okay, let's go with coding. What kind of what languages are you coding in? Are you coding in Python? Are you coding in some other high-level languages like Go or Rust? Are you coding in low-level languages like C? Because what you already know can help you decide what kind of direction to go in. Zero Null says I've been trying to get in for a while. Zero Null, yeah. So what is your background? Let me know what you've been doing. Okay. So Block Bundle says the first thing I've done was JavaScript. So when you say JavaScript, do you mean that you've been writing web pages? Have you developed an app before? Have you created an app like, stuff like login pages, maybe upload like file upload capabilities? Have you done stuff like that before? Zero Null says low voltage tech. But then I went back to school to get a degree and a dozen cyber certs. Wow. What kind of? Well, I mean, just out of curiosity, what kind of certifications have you collected? Zero Null. And have you done any networking? So have you done any social networking rather? So like stuff like LinkedIn, or look for like cybersecurity groups in your city. So I live around Vancouver. And I could look up cybersecurity meetups for Vancouver. It's a big city, and there's a pretty big cybersecurity scene in Vancouver. So you can usually find groups like this where people meet up in general in person. Okay, you go to B-sides and stuff like that. Yeah, LinkedIn stuff, ECCP, CompTIA Cell 1. Oh, you've done the Cell 1. That's great. So if you've done the Cell 1, you should be able to get. You should be qualified to do jobs like well, what is it called? Like security operations center analyst, like SOC 1, SOC level 1. And the important thing is to start making friends. If you know people, they can probably clue you in as to what companies are hiring, and it's probably a better way to do it than to just submit resumes to companies. Because if you're just submitting resumes to companies, then you're competing with a lot of other people. But if you know a person who's hiring personally, then you're competing with a much smaller number of people. But yeah, block bundle. If you've done stuff like JavaScript, then it's probably you'll probably have a better time learning about web app security. And if you want to learn about web app security, there's a good website called Portswigger. So Portswigger Academy. Let's see if I can find it. Portswigger.net web security. This is a very good resource for learning about all sorts of web app security stuff. There you go. Besho says, you gave me your playlist about PicoCTF a couple days ago. I finished... Wow, you've finished 70 of those things. Okay. What do you think I should do now? So Besho, let me know what category of challenges you enjoyed the most, and then maybe I can give you a recommendation based on that. So when you're doing those challenges, you know, each one of those challenges are going to have like a different category, like binary hacking or web app hacking or like network stuff. Let me know which category of challenges you like the most. Okay, so where were we? We were here. Besho says, yeah, okay. So Zero No says, I went to WGU. I really didn't get to know my professors. It was all remote learning. WGU, what is... I wonder why it's not doing it. I'm uploading the files, but it's not doing the analysis. Let me try this next one. Western Governors University. Let me look that up real fast. Western... Okay. So let's see, this is based in Utah, United States. CFG says, I can write your letter of recommendation if you show me some decent code. I think you have to stay on the site for some reason. It doesn't like to lose focus. Oh, okay, so it doesn't like me... Okay, so I gotta stay on the page and I gotta keep on looking at it. Besho says, I don't know honestly, but they were all very cool except for the web app ones. I haven't done... Oh, you haven't done any of the web app ones? Okay. Try doing the web app challenges, because web app is a very popular specialty of cybersecurity, because everybody uses web pages. I'm using a web page right now. You're using a web page to watch twitch.tv. And but yeah. I think if you can identify which category of challenges you like the most, then you can probably look for a role in cybersecurity which specializes in doing those kind of that specialization. Okay, so it's still working. Besho says, alright then, I'll think about it and thanks for the playlist. Oh, you know what? I can give you another playlist. So if you've done all the PicoCTF stuff, then you might be interested in trying out the hold on. Let me get the playlist from another. It might be on my end. It might be my web browser that's really slow. But I'll get you a playlist, Besho. Just a second. Try out this series of challenges from Hack the Box. So here's the playlist, and here's another playlist that you want to pair it. Well, here's another video you want to pair with it. This is installing Kali Linux on your computer. There you go. Yeah, it's still struggling. Hasn't found anything yet. I think I'll try another file. So this is number 4, I think. Beshra says, I've already installed the Kali virtual machine out of curiosity. Okay. So you'll be using your Kali virtual machine to connect to Hack the Box. But I just wanted to link you that video just in case you hadn't tried it before. Okay, so this was number 3. Let's try number 2. And then we'll do, is Hack the Box paid? The stuff that I'm putting on the playlist is free stuff. Most of Hack the Box, most of the beginner level content on the Hack the Box is paid, unfortunately. But the stuff that I link to is all the free stuff there. Yeah, no worries. I always like to recommend free exercises and free platforms to the people that come by here, because I understand that not everybody has a bunch of money, and if you can get away with learning with free materials, then I'm all up for it. Because I don't have a lot of money either. I don't want to look at this. Please don't make me look at this. Yeah, it doesn't like this file in particular for some reason. I guess I'm gonna have to try out the last one then. Oh no, it loaded up, okay. Sometimes the advertisements are very scary. Anyways. Now that we're just waiting around, if anybody has any questions about cybersecurity stuff, I'm free to answer it right now because I gotta wait for this web page to load up. GroundXT says you're gonna need uBlock on Kali Firefox. I'm gonna need to get some sort of ad blocker on Kali's Firefox. Let's see. Besho says maybe later when it becomes more than a hobby, I'll consider investing in this stuff. Yeah, no, definitely don't pay for stuff unless. Don't pay for something unless you're committed. I mean, I love cybersecurity. Not everybody, who gets a little bit interested in cybersecurity is gonna follow through and become like a person who works in the field. Don't invest in. Don't sink a bunch of money into something that's not gonna be your thing. So let's see. CFG says there's a new iPhone Android RCE almost monthly, if not more. Sounds like that's where I'd like people to look at more. Scared of it. Okay. I've never encountered vulnerabilities on my mobile phone before, and it's kind of difficult to get infected, to get malware on your mobile phone unless you're trying really hard. Usually, the only way that your mobile device is going to get compromised is if you deliberately install applications. Well, I mean, I've never encountered it. Just personally, I've never encountered it, but, it might be out there. More likely on Android. Yeah, right. Well, I wouldn't say, yeah, it is more likely on Android, but I wouldn't say that it's super common on either one of those OSs. Okay, so we're doing our analysis. I think this is going to be the last one. Apps for Apple get more scrutiny. iOS is awful. iOS is awful these days. I personally don't. I'm not part of Apple's ecosystem because I'm really I'm a big fan of open source stuff, and that's why I use stuff like Linux, and that's why I use stuff like Android. Let's see. Okay, so it looks like we didn't find anything. Okay, so it looks like this was a bit of a bust. That's okay. That's okay. We just need to keep this in mind. We knew that there was a chance that we weren't going to be finishing this challenge from the get-go because it's a bit of a higher level one. Music, big song. Gradaxi says, I remember when you couldn't download files on iOS and Android, it seemed like more feature-rich in comparison. Yeah, right. I remember there's a lot of stuff you couldn't do on Apple devices, and you had to connect it to, what was it, iTunes? You had to connect it to iTunes to do anything, and that was just a big pain in the butt. Okay, we did all this brute forcing, didn't work. John the Ripper is done. Yeah, we weren't able to find anything with John the Ripper. Zero Null says, that's it, I'm downloading the box. Well, you're very much welcome to, but just keep in mind that it has to be run on a certain network range. So the network range it's looking for is this one right here. So 192.168.212, because the box is designed to take this network range. I think specifically it wants the address 192.168.212.4, and if you don't give it that, then it's not gonna work. And if you're looking to download the machine, then you can download it from... Let me get the link. Here it is. Okay, so let's see. CFG says, Android had an RCE and PDF pre-scan where you could add someone to a group, to a share group. You could add a PDF to a share group with a payload and get RCE. Oh, this was on WhatsApp. Okay. I mean, I don't... not to say it's not a thing, but I mean, I don't use WhatsApp. Lots of people do. Lots of people do. Okay, so... Man. Okay, we got netexec. Client not found on... What was that username? Song. Okay, song. CFGC's WhatsApp is used as a distribution method quite a lot. Yeah, that makes sense. Ooh, whoa. It took such a long time when we got somewhere. Jeez. Ken PDX says you should use Signal. It's I hear it's military grade. You probably heard that from the news stories. We found ASREP roasting. Jeez, that took a long time. Okay. Clap, clap, clap. Clap, clap, clap. Let's see. Let's celebrate with the Devil's Bedroom.
Not every geek with a Commodore 64 can hack into NASA. I mean, these servers have more firewalls than the Devil's Bedroom. Not every geek with a Commodore 64 can hack into NASA. I mean, these servers have more firewalls than the Devil's Bedroom.
Okay. So we've got this, there are our ASRep roasting stuff. ASRep roasting means that there are certain users who are able to log in without a password, and this is from netexec. So we use netexec. And how do we pass this stuff? Okay, I haven't done ASRep roasting in a few weeks, but this is the command we did to get our ASRep roasting stuff. There you go. You can crack that. Okay. So ASRep roasting creates this over here. So song, and what is it? So we can use John the Ripper to crack this hash. ASRep roast John the Ripper hash. ASRep roasting attack using Rubius. Rubius? Okay. Hacker recipes. ASRep roast depending on the output format used. Hash or John. Hashcat or John. CFG says, imagine how many known vulnerabilities Android TVs have. Yeah, stuff like, let's see. ASRep roasting. Let me read this article. So hacker recipes, right? This was a website that was recommended by a lot of people. So ASRep roast. Okay, so practice. So there's an in-packet script. You can also use netexec. Kerberos. John. Okay. So John word list ASRep roast table. Okay. ASRep roastables. Okay, so I guess we don't need to do any modification. So if that's the case, then we just give it the output.txt. So you've already done the attack. I'd probably just try it against RockU. It'll likely pop. Yeah, probably. Hold on. Gotta put on some new music. Let's try some Baba Is You. It's one of my favorite. It's one of my favorite games. Okay, so let's go ahead and feed it the rocku.txt. User share word lists. Rocku.txt. Okay, so if it doesn't work with... It should work with Rocky.txt. If it doesn't, then it's using some weird... I don't know. Wait, did we find it? Did we find it? I don't know. So we're currently trying to crack this hash over here for the song user. Oh, okay, you can't have both word list and show. So it completed. 0 passwords cracked, so it wasn't able to crack it. Let's try, what else could we try? So for word list, we could try combined list. Combined list.txt. Wait. Wait, what was the name of that file? Combined wordlist.txt. Okay, so if we got the asrep roast, okay, didn't pop. Okay, what does the article say? Asrep roast, man in the middle. Okay. Crack the hashes. Huh, man. Asrep catcher. Crack the hashes. John the Ripper. Hashcat. I mean, we went through the entire list. What other big list could we try? I like Hashcat more. Let's see. TP link. Okay, we're talking about routers or Wi-Fi access points. TP link vulnerability was announced in 2015 and fixed in 2020. Whoa, that was a while. It's harder to use in a VM. Hashcat is harder to use in a VM. I mean, they should be about as difficult to use as each other. With the choice to use either John or Hashcat is basically which one is going to get the job done faster. But I mean, John the Ripper was able to chew through rocku.txt pretty fast, I think. But man, what are we supposed to do for this? Well, for this password list? Maybe seclist has a good password list. Seclist passwords. Okay, so common credentials, seclist passwords, common credentials, 500 worst passwords, most popular letter passes. Okay, so we got 10 million passwords. 10 million passwords. Okay, so maybe we could try this one. Locate, seclist. So 10 million passwords. Let's try this one. Okay, so we'll do John the Ripper again, but we'll try this 10 million passwords list. Oh, wow. I mean, it went through it really quick. The problem is that it probably didn't get anything. Sad. Yeah, didn't crack. Maybe there's a Spanish one? Grep Spanish, because this is a Spanish language. So web content. There's no specific password list for Spanish. There's only, well, okay, there is, but there's only 150 passwords here. Is that even running? Oh, no, I mean, I think it ran. Never click. Hello, nice to see you here. Let's give you a Nyan Cat. There you go. Okay, so let's go ahead and do our break. How about... We need some happy birds right about now. How about these happy birds? We'll be back in about a minute. Just gonna have to have a little water break. Okay, so Cypher Enigma says, could you toss the hash into chat? Yeah, okay. I'll try tossing the hash into chat, but first I'm gonna wait for the ad to end. These are some hatchling. These are some baby sparrows. You can tell because they're a little bit smaller than the adult sparrows. But anyways, it always makes me happy to see birds that are willing to share food without getting all aggressive. Let's put away the birds. And yeah, I can throw that hash into chat. But I'm concerned that the formatting might get a little bit weird. But here you go. But, you know, just for fun, I will try... Where's the ASREP roasting article I was looking at? Okay, so it says cracking with hashcat. To crack hashes on the file output.txt with hashcat, you do this. Looks truncated. Is it truncated? What do we do? Oh, in Twitch it's truncated. Okay, sorry. Let me copy this. Oh, I think there might be a character limit. There might be a character limit to what you send on Twitch. Yeah, no, that should be it. This should be the whole hash. .400 character limit. Base 64 it? I don't know. Actually, wait. Is it truncated in that view as well? No, it's not. Actually, wait. What? Oh, okay. Wait. What? It looks like I got it. What the heck is going on? NTLM is going to, it's the same password, okay, same base password, but it changes. It changes based on the timestamp, time signature. Okay, let me get rid of output.txt. Let me do the... Okay. And then let's use hashcat to try cracking this thing. Okay, so the word list is going to be our favorite word list. User share word lists. rocku.txt. Okay, and let's see how long this takes. And just stick around for a little bit. So it says exhausted, didn't work. All right, let's share this hash with everybody in chat one more time. So this is gonna end with 57C. So yeah, it looks like everything showed up there. No, not everything showed up. It's truncated. It ends at 781 base 64 encoded. But is it still going to be truncated? This looks longer. Twitch might not like hashes. Yeah, maybe I can throw this in Pastebin. Hold on, because it's sketchy. Well, that's true. Pastebin.com. Okay, so I'll just paste this into pastebin.com. Then I'll share the link. Okay, so how do we create hash? Paste it. Okay, this should be the link for the hash. Let me confirm. Yeah, okay, there you go. There you go. Okay, so what was that note? The note was hiding keys in MD5. So I'm still kind of hung up on this. Hiding keys in MD5. Signed, the music user. But we can't use this hash. We can't use this hash to log in. And I can't crack it. Okay, so we tried rocky.txt. Maybe we could try the combined word lists. Yeah, that doesn't work either. We can't pass the hash. We can't pass the hash for these kind of for these kind of hashes. It doesn't work out. It doesn't work like that. NTLM v2 isn't passable, unfortunately. Thank you very much for following. Essay Leet. I'm not too sure. Let me know how you pronounce your name in chat. Thank you. Have a hack the planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
Assay, okay. Great. Thank you. And you're now HackerFrog. Welcome to the stream. Okay, I'm probably going to have to call it pretty soon, but man, it would be nice to be able to to crack this hash. Maybe we can use oh jeez, where are we? What are we doing? So we're doing some hacking. So we're hacking a Windows machine, and the Windows machine can be located over here. It's kind of a long process. We've been running all of our tools, trying to get different information out of this machine. We started by running a port scanning tool to figure out which ports are available on the network, and then we started doing some enumeration for websites and all that other good stuff. But yeah, it's been a pretty. We've been at this for about 2.5 hours so far. Haven't gotten too far. It's been it's kind of a difficult process so far. Anyways, still talking about hiding keys in MD5. What else? So we got our song titles over here. The theme of the machine over here is Biggie Smalls, the infamous rapper. I guess another thing we could try is we could try using the song titles. Okay, that didn't work either. Let's see here, we've got our MD5 sums. We could try the MD5 sums. Okay, the MD5 sums didn't work. Well, I guess we're gonna have to. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna find some awesome people to raid into on Twitch. So let's take a look. Zero Null says languages Spanish. Okay, so let's try Zero Null's Spanish word list over here. Okay, let's go ahead and copy the thing. We'll give this a go. So Spanish.txt, paste it in. Okay, and let's feed this to Hashcat. This level is a little hard for me. Yeah. I understand. We've got more beginner level stuff on our YouTube page. So if you're interested in getting into cybersecurity, you might find this difficult. That's fine. We've got this this playlist for newbies over here, and why don't you go and check that out? This involves getting using the PicoCTF website. And PicoCTF is a great little platform for learning about cybersecurity stuff. And you can sign up over at this website right here. Let me grab that link for you. But yeah, this the stuff we're doing right now, it's not super beginner friendly, but this is just something that we're trying to challenge ourselves with right now. But check out that playlist. It starts out super beginner friendly, and hopefully you can start learning some cool cybersecurity skills. Zero Note says, "Will you revisit this box?" I'm invested now. Well, we'll see. I'll try to revisit the box maybe in the next couple weeks. Hopefully we can find something. Okay, we just finished editing our Spanish password list. Okay, it wasn't in the Spanish password list. That's fine. Okay, so let's go ahead and see if anybody on the InfoSec list is streaming right now. SA says, "I just seen TCP and other protocol." Okay, no problem. Black Hat Knock is on, but Black Hat Knock is not a proper InfoSec channel. But if you are interested in taking a look at what it looks like to do a network operations center, I would recommend taking a look at it. But let me take a look at who's streaming on Twitch. Okay, so it looks like the science channel is on. Awesome. Okay, so this let's see. Did I send the link? Yeah, I think wait. Did it not show up? Hold on. Let me copy the link. Okay, let me get that link on YouTube. So PicoCTF challenges. Here you go. There you go. Okay, so the science channel is streaming right now. If anybody has any suggestions for who to raid, then I'm up to listening for suggestions for that as well. But otherwise, let's raid into the science channel. When you arrive on the science channel, if you could send this raid message over here, OSFrog, hip hop hack, OSFrog, then I would really appreciate it. Just like this. Alright, so today's Friday. We'll be back on Monday. We're going to be doing more hacking and more PicoCTF stuff. We're going to be doing Linux stuff. It's going to be a lot of fun. And before we go, let's go. Let's see. 5 hours. Red Sly Fox. Hello. You don't have ADD. ADD? Are you talking about ADHD or something like that? But before we go, let's do a shout out for all of our good chatters today. Assay, thank you very much for coming by. Zero Null. And who else? Cypher Enigma. Thank you very much, Cypher Enigma, for coming by, as well as, let's see, Never Click, thank you very much for coming by. Ken PDX, and everybody else, CFG, and thank you very much for coming by today. We're going to be raiding into the Science channel. Is that how you spell the name? Let me take a look. Science Streams. Science Streams. Okay, so we'll be back on Monday. Everybody have a great weekend, and we'll see you next time. But before we go out, one last hack the planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it.
All right, everybody. See you next time. Have a great weekend. HackerFrogs out, but for real this time.